Hello, everybody. What's going on out there in the universe? It's TCH Live. It's Tuesday, and Aaron McAvoy is hanging out with you here on TCH Live, straight out of Austin, Texas, and out there on the road somewhere, I believe, is my good man Eric Van Loozen. What's going on tonight?
Well, I'm hoping you can hear me. If you can hear me, I am in Houston. So shout out to everybody.
Very good, man. Well, happy to have you in here while you're out on the road down in Houston. Sounds like you've got the nut low as far as internet connection, so we'll do our best to keep you in the loop, and we'll just kind of see what happens as we go along. Assassin here in the 2-seat is going to win the flip for a $700 profit. And let's take a look around the table. So we've got Assassin there in the 2 winning the flip. Then we got Zach, Zfish, Danny, Scott, Spooky, John H., and Mr. Doc Hollywood over there in the 9-seat. Currently, no name listed for the 3-seat, so we'll see if we can get someone popped in there before too long. Looking here in the chat, who do we got? We got Louie joining us. What's up, man? Welcome in. All right, looks like Eric is dropping in and out, so we'll see if we can keep him around. Poker Monkey joining us in the chat. What's up, my man? Welcome in.
Doc, can you change your gear low enough to play this game?
All right, Doc here going to limp from the hijack. Zach now in the cutoff, going to bump it up to $125. Assassin not interested in attacking this cutoff open with the ace-10 off.
Oh, JD's going to be super late. So he said
and so Zach is just going to take it down.
We can, because he's going to be here by 7.
7?
Yeah. So we probably got one net game in us before he comes.
At least we started a little bit later.
Sounds like JD is on his way, but a little bit delayed. So he'll be the 3-seat, if I'm not mistaken.
Give it 10 minutes, and then we'll assess.
Yeah, exactly.
Depends.
David joining us in the chat, gambling and getting his points back. What's up, man? Welcome in.
Let's see where we start.
Race 125.
Beta Jew says, go Scott. Yeah, let's see. Scott can spin something up here this evening. I saw one of his table mates taking a peek at his little fat head character, whatever those things are called. Is it the Joker? Kind of looks like it.
What are you going to do?
Zach here limp calling Doc Hollywood's pre-flop open, and
You going to go to Vegas?
Doc's got it on the flop.
You should. Yeah, but the cash game is going to be good. But the one bad thing, Vegas is not like here, is like, it's so easy to get in. Like
All right, again, for anybody who's just joining us, Eric Van Loozen is on the call in and out, as his internet is, let's just call it subpar at the moment. On the road down there in Houston, and a little bit of struggle bus as far as staying connected. So we'll try to get him back.
Especially the ones that are doing both cash game and tournament, they kind of mix it up.
As it stands, we're on hand number 3 of Hold'em after a lovely PLO flip. Doc Hollywood here. Back-to-back ace kings, this time suited variety. We'll take it up to 125. Danny here. Gonna make the call with the suited king 3, and what a nightmarish flop here for Doc Hollywood. Obviously, still plenty of things can change by the turn and river, but as of right now, Danny here has got Doc in the basement. Just gonna call in position here.
Then you get this splash.
And
Big on this platform.
150 on the flop turns into 300 on the turn. Half pot, half pot.
And then people fight for it.
And here comes the min click-ish raise up to 700. Oh, wow. And Doc just stuffs it in there. He's like, this hand is way too good. I want all the money with it. And unfortunately for him, he is going to need to improve. 7-5 or a king. Excuse me, an ace, rather.
No. Everyone has. No one gets paid. Only in that pot.
Going to run it twice.
So it like really pushes people to fight for it.
That's no
And I
good.
like it 'cause people go crazy.
And that's no good. Doc Hollywood going to go down to the felt. King 3. Overpowered.
Yeah, but then the nit. Every time you play the nit, you don't know if people are bluffing or not, right?
And a tough way to go here in the early round for Doc Hollywood. Going to need to reload here.
Sick, Doug. No worry. That's how always Doug starts. No, I'm not worried about it. He starts that way and then he ends up over 100K in profit.
He's about to. How much you add on?
Oh, you had it. 3,000.
3,000.
Words of encouragement
Okay, guys,
there
one
towards
time only
Doc
to
from
do for me,
Zfish.
okay? I'm just gonna let you know one time. One time.
No.
Thank you. Whatever. I don't know. Wait, what if I'm playing with my dad? Where it's going to go
Nah, if it's less than 20.
All right, just got an update. Mr. Van Loozen is going to higher ground. He's got to find where the internets are strongest. And hopefully we'll get him back in
for real dickhead for not going to
before you know it.
Who's this?
They went twice for me for that.
I was just min buying.
Whole bunch of rag hands all the way over and around to the blinds.
10K pot you go with.
John will limp the big blind and call the raise from Doc. So heads up we go with 205 in the middle.
I'm always good with whatever. I'm just not earlier.
John here flopping best. Bottom pair of deuces. Checky to an 8 on the turn. No change for Doc. It's John with the best of it. Going to the river. And there's a 6 for Doc. He'll take the lead and get to showdown the winner.
You feel bad. And I would have folded the flop too if you raised.
Well, we got Beta Jew here shooting his shot for Scott. Says, Scott, go get some money. Who else you got out there, people of the interwebs? Let me know who you're rooting for tonight. Danny here already up a pretty penny, stacking Doc in the first orbit, so he's up 3K. Nice little start there.
Right to 100.
Where's Sheena at?
I don't know.
All right, under the gun, open queen jack offsuit from Assassin. Gonna get called in 2 spots. And no one connects, but should be pretty easy for Assassin to take this one down if he decides to continue, which he does not. Gives a free turn card. That's going to be a flush draw gut shot now for Doc. The pair of 5s for John is the best hand. Assassin does have the jack of diamonds, which is the best flush draw, but he's just out of there. So Assassin here, not willing to attack these ace-high flops when he misses, apparently. And is not going to win the pot, so we'll move along to hand number 7, and the $50 straddle is on. Let's go. Zfish going to try to start a trend.
Yeah, I know. I just moved last weekend too.
Shadow.
It's
Shadow. $50 shadow.
a lot of stuff.
Yeah. I can imagine.
Your house is awesome.
50 to call.
Jack 8 suited into the muck. Folds all the way over and around to the blinds and the straddle. My goodness, we're getting a walk.
Nuts.
And Zfish here with a blackjack double down hand is going to win some free money.
Thank you.
Jedi Master Ted always rooting for JD. All right. Well, once he gets here, we'll let him know that you are rooting for him. Welcome in, man. Good to see you. All right. Well, Danny here is going to be happy to put the 50 on, and we'll see if it sticks. Got to get through Scott next.
We got shadow. 50.
I think it's Dennis against Mariano.
What happened to that guy? He hasn't been playing in a while.
Dennis? Yeah, he's been gone for a little bit.
50 to call.
He's fun to watch.
He is.
Good action.
Race 125.
Two red sixes for John in the cutoff. He'll bump it up to 125. Zfish just calling from the straddle. Danny will defend his children.
Check, check,
No orphans here,
check.
as it's a flopped club flush draw. The pair of sixes now picking up a gut shot, but it's a bad one,
Check, check.
as he won't actually get to play his six at all should the 9 come in. Checks all the way through to a pair of threes on the end for Zfish, but it's the flopped pair of eights for Danny that just gets to show down and win.
See you, Danny.
I think he sat earlier and he was like, hey, I remember you. You used to buy in for a lot. I was like, fuck me.
You said that?
30 early year? You're right there. I remember you.
It's pretty funny.
Leg up. Yeah. The glory days.
All right, Scott does not put on the $50 straddle, and for good reason. 8 deuce offsuit.
Ready to 50?
Doc, on the other hand, will raise it to 50, so no straddle required, and
3 play in a hand.
2 players will call. 3 ways to a flop we go. All hearts, no pairs for anyone, but the ace of hearts and the 10 of clubs are the best hand at the moment and the best draw.
Yeah, we definitely need the nickname.
Let's do it. Let's do one round before
Let's
the
go.
And there's already some grumblings of we definitely need to put the Nick game on because
Either that or
no one's 3-betting, no one is
You have the nip ons?
attacking, and sure enough,
Yeah.
if we ain't playing poker, then let's prod some people into action.
You guys want to do 400 or 800? Either one of your 2 hands?
Sure.
Cool.
Like splash pot or
Yeah, you can do either 400 twice or 800 once.
splash pot?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Split into 2 hands.
Okay, hold on. Is this on or?
No, next one. Whenever we get
Yeah, you want a recreation of the
Okay.
Robbie J. Lou situation / scandal?
No, that's the breast. The breast gonna come last. Thank you.
Mountain Dew.
No.
I'm always game for a good hero call. Obviously, one that sort of makes sense is preferred, or at least, you know, there's rationale behind it, as opposed to I had blockers. 10, 8, 4 offsuit. It's top pair for John. Middle pair for Scott. Bottom pair for Doc Hollywood. Little piece for everybody.
Got 3 play in a hand.
King on the turn just gets better here for John. Not one iota. Not one. You're right. It was more than one. Or was it? I don't know. I kid. But nothing has been proven. And so as far as anyone's concerned, nothing nefarious happened. John here going to continue for full pot now on the turn. And no one picking up a draw. It's just naked pairs here. Surprised that that Doc is even contemplating anything other than snap fold.
You wish.
JD says, remember to hit the like button. And thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Help us out. Hit that like button. Always appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Not till we have the buttons.
Until they bring it.
Until they bring it, we're not on.
Confused. They were confused.
I gotta scrounge them out.
No, I'm talking about that online. Not the viewers, the commentators.
So I think we're waiting for someone to bring the buttons over so that we can get the game going. Is that what's happening? I think. $50 straddle is on here from John.
Yeah.
50 to call, straddle. That's a call. Raise 300.
And wow, Asen is Assassin is going to wake up with the aces and raises to 300. And everyone folds except for Doc here, who presumably limped or something. I don't know exactly how we got here, but wow, if you're going to play 8-5 offsuit, how about this flop? Up and downer. No heart, though, but still plenty of equity with the straight draw against the big overpair. And this is sort of like the stuff that nightmares are made of when you have two aces and no ace of hearts. 7-6 deuce, your opponent is just like limp call and calls again.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's probably number one.
Yeah.
10 of spades, though, on the turn changes nothing. The 8-9 gets there. 2 flush draws now on board. And with just about 1,400 in the middle here, we'll see if Assassin goes for a size up. And size up indeed, nearly full pot.
1,300.
And with 2 flush draws out there, this should be pretty tough to continue under most circumstances, especially for half of his remaining stack. But Doc Hollywood is going nowhere. Checks it over here on the bricked out 3 of spades. He's playing nut low, basically. And Assassin says, how much you got left? Some amount less than 2,000? All right, let me bet that. 2,000.
No, it's a joker.
2,000.
Straight up, doctors are playing by the offbeat money. I'm trying to hold them right by where the...
Don't go to her table. She's professional. Oh, yeah. Cool.
Oh, she's hilarious.
Oh, didn't mid-game Assassin get the show?
Yeah, it's right here.
One pair, you know, all that value.
Doc lets it go, and
Thanks, Dylan. Nice to see you, man.
we can move on to the next hand.
We get him now.
They got appreciate it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, everybody know?
Obviously.
Yeah.
Somebody say no?
Hey, someone reminds you.
Welcome in, JD. Happy to have you in.
They get their button back.
Jetty.
Fun.
Yeah. I don't think that ever
I mean,
happened. Someone getting button back for reminding to show.
Kind of weird that
Happened
someone plays for
once
the
to me
first
in a
time.
private game. In a private game, one time a guy reminded me to show, and I was so happy. and then he got
need
an extra
information
point.
for that.
It's kind of weird though. You know someone's never played it before.
Well, usually, if there's someone who's never played it, we should explain it.
Yeah, and then you explain it once, so like you give them some slack.
Everyone's played it.
Sit 9, add 1 more K. 1,000 more, Tyler.
I used to always mess up if you had to throw the button in. Like sometimes I'd show my hand but not throw the button, and then we don't play that anymore. We don't play that anymore.
Yeah.
Sit 9, add another 1,000. Yes.
As long as you show your hand, you're good.
Cool, cool.
All right, Nick game is on. $25 straddle.
Right, 75.
But Doc Hollywood, fresh off of a drubbing in that last hand, missing the straight draw all the way down, is going to open to 75 with the 9-7 offsuit. Zach tries to get in there with 6-5. And my goodness, it looks like we're going to get a whole bunch of offsuited rags taking a flop. 4 players to the flop. King, king, deuce, 2 spades. No one has a pair or a flush draw. So Doc will just bet and win and show the 9-7, and everyone was going to be like, oh, well, yeah. I guess it's just that easy sometimes. So Doc gets rid of his nip button first.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I don't have 2 behind me.
What's up, Sassy? Welcome in. Brandon as well.
Oh, yeah,
Welcome to the stream.
6 high, maybe.
For those of you who might be wondering, where is my partner in crime, Mr. Eric Van Loozen? He's out there somewhere, floating in the ether, but he's having trouble getting locked onto the internets and holding on to them. They keep slipping away, so he is perhaps going to join us if he can get connected, but he's on the road down in Houston, and so far things have not been working out for him to be connected consistently enough to be on the call. But we'll go it alone until he finds a nice spot with some Wi-Fi.
I'm picking the full.
All right, open to 75 and 3 callers. Queen high flush draw here for Zach. Pair of 3s is just the best hand at the moment.
Bet 175.
Zach will bet his flush draw, and everyone runs for the hills. So 9 high won the last one. Queen high wins this one, and wow, these net games really spiced things up.
You're lucky I wasn't.
We need JD in here stat.
Hey, deuce.
Hey, deuce 5-6. Raise you.
Come on. What did I do? I flip a flush
That's
draw.
a classic.
All right, no $50 straddle from Assassin. So it's just going to be 25 to go. He's going to look down at the King 10 and good enough for a raise.
Lord, I hope this isn't the indication of the full game.
Spooky here still on VPIP 0.
Right, 275.
But John, ace-5 offsuit. That's good enough for a 3-bet, and why not? Nick game on.
Wow, that
Under the gun open.
that easy?
Just punk the man.
Oh, man.
Offsuit.
So
What
sick.
the fuck? What the heck? Coach? Huh?
That's ace king, basically. Yeah, we're gonna have to do something else. The nip
John here
Yeah, well,
using his image.
Jack 4. Jack 4.
Lord, he hasn't even made a round yet.
I agree.
Shadow.
Wait, John, that was an offsuit one. Can you see? Are you seeing correctly?
I didn't really look at the hands. I thought I had aces.
You saw the first card?
You
Yes.
saw aces.
I saw aces and I was going to get it.
The lighting's all weird in here.
It's really strange.
Yeah,
with
yeah.
that thing.
Yeah,
Yeah, with the lights not working on the table. Sorry.
That's a straddle.
That's the straddle.
Yeah.
Doc here looking down at the ace-jack of diamonds.
All right, Doc. I'll give you action.
Heads up.
Takes it up to 250, and Zfish will defend, and both players are going to flop top pair. This is going to be dangerous for Zfish, as Doc is not very deep. He's got a little over 2,000, and he's going to bet 400 here, so this is just going to get all in immediately.
You want to go once?
One time.
That's good. You already said.
And one time Max Payne, but Zfish way behind. So Doc in pretty good shape. Just needs to dodge some nasty runouts, and he does. No 5, no 7. And there you go, Doc. Right back in the game. In fact, he is only down 1150 now.
It would work against anybody else.
Not going anywhere. I missed. Not even a fucking huge miss.
Nice and
That's the cooler.
Thank God I'm glad.
That's 45.
I'm all in there with you guys.
How's this get by the river? Just one match.
man.
That's all I'm playing. You know what I had against him?
He's at the bottom of the range.
So just like that, I guess Doc is still stuck a little bit more
Should have jammed. Assassin was
than I thought, but he's not in that bad of shape. Zfish though now stuck the most, down 2,700, and will probably be adding on, as he usually is interested in
no way. I don't
covering most of the table. But we'll see.
Oh, it's coming up.
Assassin was my nickname in high school. That was my football name.
Nice.
Wow.
12 notes. Y'all see Doc flip for 250K.
Half of my body would go.
Nope. Oh, was he was playing on a different stream, right?
How much he...
250K, huh?
Spooky's not messing around.
Sounds like I need to go and check that one out.
Well, I guess I gotta give out.
No spoilers, please. Let's see. Raised to 175 here. Spooky with the King Jack. He finally found a hand he could play. And Zfish and Danny will come along for the ride. All three players with a knit button. Jack high. It's going to be a pair for Spooky, a pair for Danny, and nothing but backdoors and one overcard for Zfish. Appreciate you, 12 notes.
275. 250.
Thanks for coming in, man. Welcome to the stream. It's cool, you know. I'm happy to have you know, lots of card clubs doing well, lots of streams doing well. Obviously, TCH, my home club here, especially TCH Social here in Austin. Best food, best ambiance. But you know, everybody can have a piece of the pie together, you know? All right, the Jack on the turn, putting Danny in a pretty rough spot, as it's pretty unlikely that his opponent is going to have a Jack. And Spooky has a knit button. The flush draw misses, the straight draws miss, everything misses. Like the deuce of spades is just like the biggest super brick on the planet. So yeah, definitely gonna make that call there, and just does not work out for Danny.
Check. Can you hear me, Aaron?
I can hear you, and I can hear a whole bunch of other stuff. Do you have some folks like nearby making a ruckus?
Tiffany, I did 3K.
Oh, looks like he's signed back off. Yeah, a lot of background noise, indeed. So sounds like maybe Eric tried to post up in a Starbucks or something. Hopefully he can find
Oh my god.
something with a little less ambient noise, or at least get some noise cancellation, something. We'll try to get him in here in a second.
What's going on? What are you?
Sorry.
His requires
Oh, I'm the 10. Oh, sorry.
right 150.
So muchy.
Call 150.
All right, John here just going to call the ace queen of diamonds in the hijack against this under the gun open from Scott. Zfish will defend from the big blind and will go 3 ways to a flop. Ace high. Nothing there for Zfish or Scott, but Scott is going to continue. Ace high boards should be good for him. Does have some connection with the board, as there could be some backdoor kind of opportunities. John obviously not going anywhere, and he will just play this as a call. 4 hearts now on the turn does give Scott some additional equity as he can improve to a flush with a heart. But he slows down with a check.
600.
Interesting. This gives John the opening to bet, gets some value, and holds. As Scott will arrive at the river with just queen high. Checky, checky. And John will show down the winner.
Baby, baby. Nice try, Scott. Nice try.
All right, so it looks like Eric relocated, but
Taco had quad.
unless we can get his
Quad force.
sound sorted out, not going to be able to join us just yet. All right, we are down to, I guess, still 4 players with a knit button.
Exactly. That happens very often.
And again, the 3 seat is being reserved for JD. He'll be joining us here, I believe, around 7:15. And that should kick this game into higher gear. Assassin here, though, going to raise it up with King 7 on the button. And Zfish will attack, 3-betting the 9-6.
I'm sorry. I thought I had 2 in there. Yep, thank you.
And it's Zfish with a knit button, so being on the button does give you some reason to try to play a hand like this. And Assassin will. I mean, this is definitely asking to get yourself in a pretty murky spot, as it's unlikely that you're just going to, like, obliterate a flop
Just a full one's good.
with the King 7 of clubs. Now, obviously, you flop a flush draw, you flop 2 pair, something like that. You can always get after it. But interesting, Zfish here, 3 bets, finds the 6-high rainbow board for top pair and just goes for the check. Obviously with no intention of folding, but curious play. And Assassin here will oblige, says, if you're going to check, I'm going to bet. He's got 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush, and 2 overcards. And what happens if you get check raised? Kind of a lot of equity to be folding. And doesn't have to worry about it, as it is just going to be a check and call from Zfish. And wow, what a turn card. Top pair now for Assassin.
Okay, that one. Double-fisted day, and they call me back to the bank, remember?
I was in on that. I think I had a piece of that.
No.
I didn't?
No.
I was watching you, though. You were rolling earlier.
And I think you can go both ways here as Assassin. You're in position. You just picked up top pair after betting the flop. Your opponent has check called the flop, right? Like, they're going to just be like ace high heavy here a lot. Something like ace jack, ace queen. And if you go for 2 streets of value up front, it's very unlikely that you're going to get a third. So I kind of like a bet and a check. But he is going to continue betting it. Oh my goodness, he goes huge. I guess this is the other way to go, is just say bet the pot. and see if you can get max value now while your opponent is like unsure of what you might have. I mean, 7-8 suited, 9-7 suited, 10-9, or excuse me, 9-8 suited. All right, do we have an Eric? Is an Eric alive and well?
I is here, so let me know if there's a ton of background noise. They put me way in the corner in the hotel.
Well, I don't hear too much background noise, so I just hear I hear you,
Awesome.
and I love it, and I'm happy to have you here. And you got here just in time for a sick nasty cooler as we go suck resuck all in from Zfish snap call. And it's going to be the river 2 pair, good for the double up. Zfish here now going to go up to 10K in the stack. And Assassin, who started off hot and was up a decent chunk, is now going to be down 2,500.
I didn't believe him. I didn't believe him. It's not about the king. I just didn't believe him.
Yeah, like you said, right on time there, spiking a 9 and huge hand there.
69, man. What do you want me to do?
That's one of the best hands.
All right. Well, welcome on in, man. How's Houston been treating you so far besides the garbage internet?
It's like a standard. Like, and what's it calling?
Not too far from the spring location, but yeah, the internet in the room just wasn't strong enough to get me the video, so came down to the lobby, and of course it's a hotel lobby, so it's loud as all get out, and I went around near the ballrooms and found a little kind of cubby desk they have set up way away from all the other humans, so I'm kind of over here in the corner. Somebody put baby in the corner, and I'm by myself, but I'm having fun and glad to be here. I did get to see one of those big hands early on where Doc Hollywood got stacked by Danny Chin, and here I am right on time to see Zfish with a monster hand. So let's hope I'm bringing the action in tonight, Aaron.
Yeah, seems like it. So you better stick around so that we get plenty more big hands. And JD should be joining us here in the next like 15, 20 minutes, something like that, I believe.
Well, thank goodness the folks at home can't see me, but I guess, can you see my little video? It looks like I'm in a little dark corner over here.
It does look very dark. Wow, they turned the lights off on you too, huh?
Oh, man, yeah. Not much over here, but we're glad to be doing this, even though I'm traveling this week. And, of course, the Poker Atlas Tour starts tomorrow here in Houston, and I don't think I'm going to be able to play in it, but I think I'm going to try to at least stop by the room down there in the Westheimer location and kind of see what's going on in Houston.
Okay, so confirmed you won't be sticking around for an extra day or two, huh?
Yeah, I got to be back for a work event in Longview, Texas on Monday, so work's calling right now, but still glad to be a part of the TCH fam and getting to do the stream and check out the club while I'm here in Houston, and hope to see some of our friends running good down there.
Excellent. Well, hope the rest of your work trip goes well, as we got a couple of straight draws here, up and downer, and oh, pardon me, it's a pair of jacks and the up and downer. Doc Hollywood here, pair of fours, nowhere near this board. Zach bets the second pair and gets raised by Zfish on the button, as Assassin is going to add on another 5K.
His last 200 on the slot machine.
No, nobody's ever done that before, have they? I've never gambled there before.
He added
That's the worst machine.
Oh, looks like he added even more. Okay.
92% or something.
This fold ace
The
king.
maximum here is not a
Ace king just pop.
The maximum
Zach is full of it, saying he folded ace king
Show me what ace.
because he thinks Zfish had a set of eights, Aaron, but Zfish can show him no such card.
Everyone's gonna start be like, oh, what a fish.
We're going to know exactly how you play.
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's the problem.
No, he might have.
No, I had
No,
a
he had a decent hand.
good fold, good fold.
It's match.
All right,
Good
there's
fold,
a-
good fold. Yeah, 10 high. I had it.
So this hand you can if you want to.
There's our leaderboard. So
Huh? Ace king? No good.
Assassin took that hit there from Zfish,
He says it's all good.
and Doc Hollywood took the hit earlier from Danny Chen. Is that correct?
He did not have it.
Yep, that's correct. Well, actually, no. Doc got stacked by.
6-9 is more believable.
Well, I guess he took a lot of damage from Assassin, and then got stacked. I guess was it by?
Was it Danny Chen in the 5 seat?
It was. I think it was Danny. Yeah, and then he doubled up through Zfish to
Okay.
get a little bit unstuck. But yeah.
There you go.
All right, so Assassin here chipped up to 7,500. He is going to look out King Queen and the hijack, take it up a tick. And now Danny waking up with the goods. Ace King on the button.
The last guy I want to piss off is that.
I saw Danny Chen in the room last night, and he was playing a little bit of PLO, and came over and said hello and told me he was going to be playing tonight. He was really excited to get back on the stream and play against some of these guys. I know we mentioned that Doc and John and 3Coin have been playing on a few other streams here around the state of Texas, and of course 3Coin travels everywhere and plays on streams. But he was excited to get to battle these guys that he's definitely played with in the past. So look forward to see what Danny gets up his sleeve tonight.
Yeah, happy to have him here. Assassin calls. Out of position. Because he's still got his knit button, one would presume is sort of the motivating factor there. Maybe a little bit of tilt from the loss to Zfish a moment ago, but typically speaking, King Queen offsuit is a dangerous hand to play out of position against a 3-bet, and here is one of the reasons why. Going to make top pair, but dominated.
Yeah, a little bit of that nastiness on the turn. Oh, snap
And with
call.
oof.
Whatever you want.
All right, going to run it twice. Needs to find a miracle queen in one of the next 2 cards, or it's going to be back-to-back double-ups for Assassin's opponents. And sure enough, there it is. Ace King, good.
Well, that's what's up Danny Chen's sleeve right there, Aaron, is a big old fat double, courtesy of Assassin. Wow.
No, man, no.
Yeah, that's.
I was playing just fine.
We'll go
What
after
are
him. We'll go after him.
I won't dare.
He did it to me too. Let's go after him.
I was
Oof.
doing just fine.
Well, they're after Danny, they said.
Some people just
You know what's the good news? At the end
Doc
of the
said he
session,
did it to
Doc
me
pays
too.
for the
Let's
whole
go
thing.
after him.
I'll flip for all your chips at the end.
You were right, Aaron. Assassin does have his knit button, as does Scott over there in the 6th seat. Are they the last 2?
Hey, good thing that you
Yeah, Danny winning this one. I'm not sure actually if he. Yeah, he's got his out there on the board. So yeah, he had his knit button until this hand transpired.
What a
And now
monster
indeed
hand.
it will be down to heads up.
I'm in not a 5,000.
All right, so the full dub there for Danny now chipped up to over 13,000. That's 8,200 in profit. Zfish 3K in profit on his heels. But Assassin now, who went from being up like 3K in the first orbit, is now super stuck.
Yeah, I know. That's how I was like.
Just like when you have
how good do you run? King
All right, the Danny Chen, the cheer crew out in the chat. Let's go, Ashley and Fisher here, rooting on Mr. Danny after that big double up. What a dirty turn card too, with how big that pot already was, for it to be like, oh, and you will both now have top pair.
Never call tight Asian.
Tight Asian.
That's racist. That's a little racist. I would use another adjective. Tight Asian.
Yellow man?
Yeah, 275.
We're gonna let Danny's jokes just do the talking. I'm not gonna
right.
chime in on that subject.
I'm sorry, John. I'll stop.
But they're having fun.
Seems that way. Assassin here, still with the nit button, makes it 75, and Zfish with the 9-6 again. This is the same hand that he got him with before. Suited variety last time. Doc is going to stick around as well.
6-9.
And wow, look at this. Zfish connects with top pair once again. Everyone has a gut shot as well.
Yeah, I heard somebody say that's a good flop for that 6-9 of diamonds that Zfish had earlier. And he does have the 6-9 again.
Heads up.
You got 6-9 again?
You do?
Assassin there with the... Yeah, wow. They even call it out. Last time it was the 6-9 of diamonds, so, you know, this board looks pretty juicy for 6-9 of diamonds. Obviously, 9-6 of any variety is feeling decent. Doc, though, betting 500 now on the turn.
One more diamond. One more diamond.
You should have raised. You should have raised. All right, I checked you.
Check. What?
And check, check. It is the 9-6, and everyone's like, what are you doing?
6-9 never loses.
Zfish is the love doctor, getting it done with the 6-9 for the second time.
This is the hand of the night.
There's no 6. You have I can see a smirk on the Why do you have my 6? Nice hand, nice hand.
Thank you.
All right, well, Zfish here, yeah, that's his hand of the night so far. We've only played a little over 2 orbits, but 9-6 has gotten him his 2 biggest pots so far.
Yeah, but no.
All right, see, the Nippon has
Are we done with that yet?
No, we still got
3 people.
three or two, just two. Oh, by the way, everybody agrees if you leave on the nit, we just have to explain this every time.
Yeah.
If you leave on the nit, you have to pay your share of the nit. If there's 2 people left, you have to pay half. Whatever.
Yeah, that's how.
50 to come.
I think you should pay everybody's share.
I agree. I think you should have to pay the whole thing, in my opinion. That's what
Ready,
they've said.
150.
Man, just curb stomp the person on their way out. Make them pay it all.
Detailed last week, so.
Pay it all.
This motherfucker, bro.
Raise.
How much?
That feels a little aggressive to me. I think the pay your share is perfectly reasonable, but to each their own.
Double in paradise.
Scott here goes for the huge 3-bet. Hijack open and 3-bet to 800. This kind of looks like what it is, which is a please fold. I have my nit button and really want to get this through.
He's on lockdown.
Despite that, Scott isn't just going to do this with complete air, right?
Yeah, very good candidate to do just this with. But like you said, it does seem like it's exactly what he's trying to get accomplished.
But I mean, let's be fair, right? Like if Scott has ace jack or ace queen or ace king, like something that's actually like pretty good, he could also just blast it like that to try to win and get rid of the nit button, right? Like it doesn't have to just be this sort of hand. In any case, he's going to get it through, and that means that we are going to get a looks to be $800 splash pot just one time here, courtesy of Assassin, and he will get stuck even a little bit more. Unless he wins the pot, gets his money back.
I hate ace king. I think ace king is a flip at best. I hate that hand.
What was it?
Ace king? I don't like ace king.
No, you did not have ace king.
No way.
No, I'm saying I
I would
don't
call
like
you,
ace
make it
king
like
in general.
Oh, I thought you did not have ace king last
I lost
night.
2 tournaments.
When you want to go in
Well, while I was dealing with my internet issues, did anybody jump in the chat, rooting anybody on? I'm sure Scott had some family members that chimed in and said hello, as he's always got a good crew watching him.
Did have one person jump in and say that they were rooting for Scott, Beta
Right.
Jew, but a little bit of JD love from Jedi Master Ted, and everybody else kind of just keeping their preferences to themselves, I believe, besides the Danny Chen supporters out there. Tony Ferguson, though, joining us here in the chat. What's up, man? Welcome in.
Yeah, thank you for the kind words, Tony. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I did see Brandon Wilkins, who's been on our stream before. He chimed in and was shouting out Danny Chin. So shout back at you, Mr. Brandon. I think he's out there traveling. He's a golf coach and got his crew out there playing out in Auburn, I believe. So good luck to you and your team.
Massive shove here from Zach, 4,300 over the open and call of 500. And this has got to just get through, right? Like, neither of these players can possibly think about putting the rest of the chips in with these holdings, can they? Oh, we got Mallory out here as well, joining us from Kansas City. Well, hope your travels go well, and look forward to seeing you next week as well.
Howdy, howdy, Miss Mallory. Mal Pal.
What are you tilting?
It was mounted up.
His stare down really scared me when I went all in. He snapped me because he didn't see that my hand was face up. I was like, what do you want to do?
I didn't notice that either.
John here is really seemingly giving this
But I didn't notice that.
thought.
He was just like staring at me. He's like, after he already called, my hand was face up. I was like, what do you want to do? I thought I was dead.
All I can guess is he's thinking maybe Zfish is getting a little squirrely with a small to medium pair, and maybe he's got 2 overs. But that's ambitious to say the least for $4,500.
Yeah, I mean, we can't quite see all of John's chips behind his hand there. I mean, it shows on screen he's got 5,500. But does he really? There's got to be like 3 blue chips back there for that to be the case. And it almost seems to me like he's got substantially less than what is shown on screen. And if that's the case, then yeah, maybe just an easy call off. I mean, he's got 3K and change, right? He does not have 5,000. So this would have been just calling off his remaining stack. Unless those are 1Ks in the black stack? I don't think so, right?
Yeah, that looks like 2,300, a few more blacks in front. He's, I think, shuffling some black chips maybe, or greens. So somewhere around that 3 or 4K kind of max, it would appear.
He's on max tilt.
Yeah, I think he was just contemplating calling off like 3K, whatever, to win a pot that was going to go up to 9, which, I mean, honestly, isn't bad, right? Like, you just run King Jack up against any old random hand, and 30% equity is going to be pretty reasonable. Like, even if he has Ace Queen, like, you've got better than 30% equity, so, or 33. As it stands, now we're back over to Doc, who has even less, and he folds.
I got 9.
Can I see those?
Queens.
No way. No way.
Oh my god.
Zach here slow rolling the Queen Jack off suit, and oh, that's going to be devastating.
God damn it.
I had a 6-2.
King Jack would have got there as well.
John, ace high?
Shit, King Jack didn't need to get there. It was just good the whole way down.
Good, yeah.
No, Jack on the river.
No, but we don't know what John had. Oh my god. Yeah?
John knows what he had, and he is miserable right now. He would have just won a 9K plus pot with King Jack and made, like, you know, a savage hero call there.
Right, and that's just knowing your opponent, being able to snap call, knowing Zach's up to something with that huge overbet. I don't think, you know, playing in a normal game setting with people you don't know at all, you're probably putting that many chips in with a King Jack offsuit, but he definitely thought about it. I'm laughing, Aaron, at Tony Ferguson. Looks like he gave us some, like, hip-hop names. It's Van L and Aaron Mack. It's like,
hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Yeah. 2 of the best on the mic, he said. Appreciate it, though, Bo.
You didn't look like you had aces. The way you're turning off into this.
Definitely a guy that looks like I have aces.
Looked like he had aces. Well, that's what he was trying to sell.
All right, well, a Nick game officially over, and We're back to limping for 50 bucks. Perfect.
We have 5 play in hand.
Queen high, 2 diamonds, Zfish and Zach connecting with the board. Assassin has a gutty as well.
Hands up.
But the queen 6 is in the muck. It's Doc here with the middle pair of 9s. Now picking up a gut shot on the turn. He's the one sticking around with the best hand at the moment. And Zach here will check call for a second time. No improvement. But the 8 is actually, well, it's not really a good card for either player to represent. Zach doesn't go for it, and Doc will win with the 9.
It is going to be JD, I believe, in the 3 seed. Is that correct?
That's what I've been hearing.
Okay. I don't know the last time we've seen him in that region of the table. It seems like he always ends up in the 6, 7, 9 range or 6 through 9 range. But see if JD can do some damage from the 3 seat tonight.
We all know how to play it.
Rebel Poker asking about Poker Atlas Pro. I don't know anything about that. Is this like a new subscription thing or something they're offering? I hope not.
Yeah, no doubt. I hope they're not wanting any more of our info or monies.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing about Poker Atlas always was like someone else, like the casino, the poker room, whatever, was like footing the bill to, you know, provide the service to their players. And for us, it's all just always been free, right? Like, never needed to create an account or do anything. You just sign into the app and see the tournament clocks and cash games, whatever. But professional version out there now. Interesting.
Yeah, I will give you the AI overview after this hand.
Trip 7s for Scott, top pair for John and Zach.
Just 3 players in the hand, so it looks like not everybody showing is still in the hand.
Yeah, Danny is certainly out of there with the 5s, and if it is a 4 on the turn, no improvement for anyone.
You got nothing.
Have a jack.
Really?
No good.
Wow. Show bluff, Scott.
Show the bluff.
There you go. I thought John had it too.
Wait, Scott, you're not bluffing? I thought
That was
Wait.
He's going to have to bust him with a bluff later because they keep talking trash that he doesn't bluff.
Seriously. Yeah, I mean, and that's the perfect time, right? Like,
right?
If you're the kind of player who
John's got like ace queen or something.
doesn't usually bluff, it just doesn't come to you naturally, you're just not really that interested. Everybody kind of knows it. They're gotten used to playing with you. They know you don't bluff. And then they're talking about it right to your face.
Right to your face.
Bluff them.
Hit them with it.
Yeah. That's when you do it. And you win a big pot, right? Like, wait till it's like a 3-bet pot or something, and you just punk them in a spot where it's like, nah, dude, I've got all the sets and you don't, so, like, I'm all in. And they're just, like, fold like an overpair, and you just roll over like jack high. Yeah, bro. I never bluff.
Eat it.
Yeah, when you call, like, okay, he's done.
Got to play a little bit recently with Spooky at some 1-2, and in a couple tournaments he's fired a couple bullets in, so been fun seeing him on some low to mid stakes before he jumps in on this higher stakes game. But he's a lot of fun to be around, and I think he's been excited to get back on the stream after a little brief hiatus.
Nice. Well, he's flopped quite well here. Top pair king kicking.
Tight Asian?
Tight 8.
And 3 to a straight flush here for Zfish. He's going to bet 200, and Spooky will just call. Ace of hearts, no improvement for Zfish, and he is now drawing dead.
Every once in a while you find one. Usually it's hard to find one.
Zfish is going to
Deep sometimes.
rep the ace, though, on the 0 equity bluff. And for 600, about 2/3 pot, Spooky will continue once again.
Another tight white guy. He's so right, too. It's like too many tight white guys.
4 of diamonds. Zfish here has the 6 to block the 5-6, but he's not going to go for it. He's just going to shut it down. Figures his opponent is going to be good for a good queen or maybe even an ace.
AI. This has a little
And I'm not sure, right? Like, you pot it there on the river. It definitely puts a queen into a tough spot. I'm not sure king queen should be folding, but certainly like queen jack, queen 10 starts to be like, oh god, like I just lose to everything.
Yeah, it feels pretty gross. So I'll answer that question, Rebel, in a second, but I'm looking at the AI overview of what Poker Atlas Pro is. It says it's a version of the same Poker Atlas mobile app. It's going to have some additional features, and it says it's going to unlock features like real-time game updates, waitlist joining, tournament clocks, which we already have. So not sure what all is going to be new. Enhanced filtering and sorting, so most likely a subscription or an in-app purchase. Well, sign me off on that. No, thank you.
They're like one-stop shop for all your cash game lists and tournament clocks. You're like, wait,
we already have
what
that.
It already is? And they're like, well, the new version won't have those unless you pay for Pro. It's like,
exactly.
Wait, so like new Poker Atlas is just like a screen that says, hi, this is Poker Atlas, and you're going to need to pay us.
Yeah, you no longer have the old features. You must now pay for those. Yeah, I don't see anything necessarily new, but we'll see. Thanks for letting us know. That's definitely something I want to keep my eyes out for, as Poker Atlas has been a really great app for all of us to use. So.
Yeah, and a really great partner for us here at Texas Card House as well. I'm just joking, of course. I have no idea what this app is about and what's going to happen. But, you know, I'm sure if they're going to release a pro version that requires a payment to get into, that they're going to actually have some pretty cool features. So I presume that there will be no nefarious taking away of our tournament clocks and our wait list, but you know, it'll be interesting to see what actually does come out of that.
And I will let you know, I don't know if I'm going to be able to fire at any of these events unless there's a one-day event on Friday or Saturday. I'm in Houston for a separate work trip, but I do plan on stopping by the TCH location over there, so might be a good time for me to talk to those Poker Atlas folks and ask them what the app is all about, and I'll get back with you next week. Rebel.
What's going on?
All right, the pocket queens here for Zfish are in very good shape. Overpair to the board. Wheel draw for Assassin, and top pair top kicker for Spooky, raising to 1,000, and this is danger for Spooky.
He's got like, he's got 12-ish.
6, 8, 10, 11. He's got about 12 and a half.
12, 7.
I got 11. I got 11.
JD's coming in. He wants to know who's got the big stack and how much is it going to be for me to buy in. All right, Assassin out of the way with the wheel draw. Back over to Zfish here with the overpair. He will make the call. And we're going to look at a turn card with over 3K in the middle. Or rather, right around 3K. And oh no, there's the 5. Assassin, who had that gutty wheel draw, did not want to fold the hand. Maybe felt it coming, and there it is on the turn. Full rainbow. It would have had the super nizzles.
We just flipped from beginning to end.
Yeah, when you're
continuing. Go ahead.
When you're stuck like that, I was just going to say, that's just got to be tilting to see that. But
absolutely. A little over 1/3 here, not quite 1/2 pot size bet from Spooky, leaving about a 2/3 pot size bet on the river if he wants it. Zfish makes the call, and we are going to look at a river card. Ace 10 or a 3 required doesn't come. And that's a 10-7 and deuce to 7. Pretty good looking hand. But as far as Spooky's concerned, this is not great. Now the question is, if he would check and call a bet with his hand, then maybe he ought to just bet his hand for value, unless he thinks his opponent is capable of going for a bluff after calling multiple streets here. What does he have? He is going to go for the sort of small blockish size. I actually like this. 2,000 doesn't put it all in. It looks very value heavy. It looks like Zfish has no fold equity, right? But maybe the all-in gets a fold from Queen 10
They can't seem to scan on the table, or maybe it's not
or Jack 10.
Can you add me to the string table? Or see if it's
And 2,000 is just the right price to get called. Who knows? But
No, I got that. But yeah. They said I could use
Zfish
the
here,
place for it, so I was like, okay, I'll use it.
he's just like, man, you're just going for value the whole way down? And I've got an overpair?
So maybe my membership's expired, so I don't know.
I don't see how you ever fold here, right? You just have to give
No.
your opponent just like always a set. The problem for Zfish is that this board is so dry that it's like,
What bluffs, right?
yeah, there's like no bluff. So if Spooky's going for value, what value do I beat? And it turns out that Ace 10 is the exact value that he beats. But Zfish here really thinking about a hero fold. I mean, I don't blame him at all. Like, you're getting such a good price, which means your opponent is like never bluffing. What the hell? Dude's just got a set. But at the same time, if he has a set, why doesn't he go all in on the river?
And Spooky over there's got to think maybe he's got 8s, 9s or something here.
Oh my
Goodness.
Zfish folds queens. He folds queens. Spooky gets away with murder.
I could tell, Aaron, that you got up from your desk.
Oh my God.
I don't have video on you, but I could tell that when he folded those queens, you got up from your seat. Like, what is going on here?
The headset nearly ended up on the floor, I'll tell you that much.
I did not see that coming either. Like, that is not a fold I would have ever expected Zfish to make, and he went with his gut, and he just happened to be wrong.
Well, let's be fair, right? Like, his opponent was not bluffing.
Yeah, 100%.
And this has happened to me. It's happened to every poker player. It's happened to every good poker player. Like, you know in your heart, 100%, no doubt, your opponent is not bluffing. They're not bluffing. So then you say to yourself, if they're not bluffing, what do I beat?
Yep. And how strong, is their hand? That because they're representing absolute strength.
Yeah, and that board is just like a dusty 10-7-5-4 deuce or whatever the hell it was. I mean, what the hell? There's nothing there. It's a set or it's nothing.
Nothing.
Nah, you forgot about Ace 10. And maybe you discount it because maybe in your head, Ace 10 starts to see this pot get a little bit big and be like, maybe I shouldn't be building this pot so big with top pair, top kicker on 10 high board. Like, right?
Yeah.
So maybe he's just discounting the Ace 10, right? I mean, certainly King 10, Queen 10, Jack 10. These hands are not trying to get 3 streets of value. Are you kidding me? So it's like Ace 10. Does that? Zfish doesn't think so. And he drops those queens off at the pool. Loses a big pot.
Just splash. Bloop, bloop. Right in the pool.
That's right. That's right. John here not going to Taco Bell later because he's stuck $10, bruh. Get out of here.
Gonna have to get that back. Regular Sir joining us from, is that Kick? It's been so long since we've had the other streaming platforms available.
Just Twitch, but
just
you know.
Twitch.
Yeah, Kick has the big green K.
Fantastic. Twitch says, go all in every hand. Regular Sir.
And Rebel Poker has a question. We have an answer. It may not be a good one, and it may not be the answer to your question, but we will give you one.
Now I'm pissed.
Zfish is
now
pissed.
I'm pissed.
He should be pissed.
Absolutely. Get fired up, Zfish. Let's go. F them up.
Yeah, that's a huge pot to fold away for, like, he was getting 5 to 1 on his money, basically, right? Like, he puts the 2K in, the pot's nearly 10K. So he's getting like 5 to 1, which means that his opponent needs to be never bluffing / value betting worse, like less than 1 in 5 times. I mean, it might, who knows? He might not even have made like a quote-unquote bad fold, but like lost that pot in a pretty uncomfortable and painful way. All right, 4 ways to a flop. Knit game is on, and it's a pair of 9s for Zach.
At that point, it's like you're almost pre-rolling 800. Like you have to start making the bets 800. Kind of. You're really in trouble.
Well, Regular Sir, we're happy to have you twitching it up over there.
Just twitching it up.
Most of our views usually come in off of the YouTubes, but happy to see the Twitch stream getting some love. So do us a favor, share it with anybody you think might enjoy some high stakes poker action.
Absolutely.
And let's get those Twitch numbers up, eh?
I didn't watch the stream. I read it. So I was reading. I was like, oh shit, dog spot.
Twitching
All right, so
much better than tweaking. We don't like tweaking.
unless we're Scott.
That's
then
right.
we like tweak. All right, so Zfish, the pre-flop aggressor, putting in the 3-bet, getting called in multiple spots, and he flops bottom pair, backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight. He will continue for 800. Assassin here with a bad gut shot does not have any spades on board. And whether he feels the 8 coming or not, he is going to get out of the way, and Zfish will take it down, show the pair of 6s, and release the knit button. Rebel here, if you have never played PLO before, how inclined would you be to play in a 250K guaranteed PLO event? Wait, 200K. Wait, well, what's the buy-in? Forget about the guarantee. What's the buy-in?
Yeah. Do you have that just available to dust off like you don't care?
Yeah, because that's what's important. Like, you should not be going into this tournament thinking, well, if I get first place, like, that'd be pretty great. You should be thinking about it as, I'm about to go play a game I've never played before, and
I may light this money on fire.
You should treat it as though that money has already been lit on fire, and that you, standing in the registration line, are watching it burn.
Burn, mother effer burn. $600 buy-in.
I mean, yeah, like if you have $600 that you can torch and like not even think about it, it's just in the rear view, just ashes flying around, then go for it. It's going to be a really fun tournament. You'll learn a lot about what not to do for $600. It'll be great.
You could have some sort of beginner's luck and run like God, but you could also be done in 15 minutes. It's just, PLO is wild.
Now, here's the caveat to it, right? The first question is, can you afford to dust off the buy-in? If the answer to that is yes, then there's still a follow-up question, which is, what's the motivation for playing? Like, do you want to try to get into PLO? Is that something that's interesting to you? Are you trying to branch away from Hold'em? Right? Like, there's a whole lot to it. If it's just like a one-off of like, ooh, it's a tournament, you know, slap your arm, like you've got the bug, and you know, you think you could go win some money, then you're probably not going to take it very seriously. You're probably not going to be really engaged on like What's the difference between 2-card and 4-card? How should I be playing? What kind of opening ranges should I really be, working with? And then it's like, is it just pure fun, or is it to try to actually understand the game? So that's the next question that I would pose back to you, Rebel Poker. Can you afford it, and what's your approach to the game? Do you want to learn it, or do you just want to have fun?
Yeah,
The reasoning is to try to win money.
I've seen some folks jump into some tournaments where it's not a game they're an expert in, because they want to play and get some experience, and it's a low enough stakes buy-in for them comfortably to go get some practice. But man, I just think that you could spend a little bit of time, if that's coming up at the WSOP in a few weeks. I think you could play a little bit, play online, play for free, get some hands in at least, so you at least feel comfortable. That's definitely something I think you should do before you jump in that tourney.
Yeah, and there's a lot of good free content out there too nowadays, just talking about the fundamentals of the game and opening ranges as well. So if you're going to go play it and the rationale is to try to win money, then at least do at least 1 hour of like real research. And 1 hour is nothing. Like, you're still torching your $600. Like, let's be honest. Like, you've never played the game before. You're going to go try to play a tournament against people that know what they're doing. It's probably not going to go well for you. But if you want to try to make money and you want to actually understand the game, then go put in the effort. So I challenge you to put in at least 1 hour, and preferably 2. At least. Obviously, a lot of people will be sort of rolling their eyes like, you're never going to understand that game in 2 hours. But that's true. But, like, also the man wants to go and see what they can do in a game they've never played before. So at least put 2 hours into it.
And I would compare it to like a video game you've never played before. I don't play video games. It's been eons since I've even touched a controller. But to think that I'm just going to go sit down because I haven't played the new Madden, but I know football. I know a little bit about football. You might want to get that controller in your hand, play a little bit, learn a little bit before you actually sit down and play for money. But you never know what can happen in poker. Sometimes the cards do all the talking.
Yeah, man. Well, I mean, best of luck to you, Rebel. The biggest thing here is that you have fun, right? If you can afford to lose the money, then just go and have fun. All your PLO hands were double board? Yeah, that is tricky. That changes it massively, absolutely massively, because you're used to seeing boards with trash opening hands. And you really shouldn't get involved with most PLO hands. Like, that's the thing that so many people that start PLO that are like intrigued by the game and love the fact that they can, sort of gamble a little bit more, is they'll try to play every hand. Every hand looks decent. But the fact is that you really shouldn't be playing most hands, which is a lot. That means like hands like Queen Jack 10-4 with no suit should just go straight into the muck. Doesn't matter that you have 3 in a row. Doesn't matter. Just get rid of it. Queen Jack 10-4 with a suit should probably still just go into the muck, right? Like, you start looking at hands that have some playability, and you get sucked into, 1 and 2 bet, before the flop, and now all of a sudden someone pots it on the flop, and you've got a pair and a gut shot, and you got to continue. You just get buried in these games by playing too many hands. Anyways, let's get off of that and get back into the 2-card game, because that's what we're playing. And we've got an up and downer for Doc and an up and downer for Zfish.
Yeah, Doc actually bet. Zfish raised him 3,000.
Almost.
And they're both drawing, but the king high is actually just going to show down as the winner. King high.
Oh, king high.
Zfish says, you're good. He says, oh, never mind. King high.
Wow.
What are you doing? Dude, I have a open-ended.
What are you doing, he says. You both have up and down, but the up and down on the top end with the 2 overs is obviously much better.
Yeah, a bet, a raise, and a jammy jam that just did not go well for Mr. Doc.
Thank you.
Wow, spice. There was some spice right there. And neither player improves at all, so just showdown high cards. How ridiculous.
Just ridiculous.
Play 6 cards.
No,
6 is supposed to come. I don't know where the 6
I'll play anybody's 6
Doc, how much you need?
6 cards.
6 is coming for sure.
I don't think so.
I don't like 6
Doc says the 6 was supposed to come, Aaron, and it didn't. What the
Yeah.
hell?
Online, that's all he plays. 6 cards.
Stud?
No. PLO.
I'll PLO.
Doc, do you want any of it on play this hand?
Rebel Poker, the only thing you know is that you shouldn't play if you have quads in your hand. Well, let's expand that to 3 of the same card. You don't want to play those.
Yeah, hard to get a flush when you got 4 of a kind in your hand in PLO.
Yeah, like the one exception in my mind is if you have 3 aces and a good suited connector.
Card. Yeah, exactly.
Like, but even then, it should only be played as a call. Like you shouldn't be raising that hand. And that's the other thing too, is that you see in PLO tournaments or cash, whatever, it doesn't matter. Like so many people play their hands passively because they just expect to like see the flop with like 90% of the hands they're dealt. So they're just like calling with everything, and then anytime you see that player raise, it's the same with Hold'em, where it's like, oh, whenever that player raises, they have aces. Well, whenever they raise in PLO, it's because they have suited aces or something. Anyways, there's a lot of information to pick up on, and also you have to be careful of sort of falling into the same trap of just like call all the time, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, I have suited aces, it's time to raise. You should be raising with a variety of hands. But anyways, you got to do your research on your own. Here we go. On the turn, John with a gut shot and a flush draw, betting 800 into Zach, who is working with top pair, the pair of 10s, and the 5 on board kicking. $800 into 1165, so just about 2/3 pot. And this is tricky. Like if Zach gets here with ace deuce suited, he's going to get here with every suited ace, and he's just going to have to fold a lot because he can't defend at 100% with top pair.
That ace deuce.
Wow.
I think they took care of it.
Nice hand.
And yeah, I mean, I think it's okay to get bluffed with ace deuce.
Absolutely.
Right? Ace deuce spades.
He felt like it was a bluff. He said, show me a bluff, but I still can't call.
Yeah. All right, let's look at the play styles here as we're going to have Doc Hollywood, loose, aggressive master all the way up in the corner. No single player in the tight, aggressive quadrant. Not one.
We're going to cut JD a little slack as he's only been here for maybe an orbit.
I'm not going to. JD, you nit. You absolute nit.
Don't mess with the J Diggles now.
He's got like 3 hands of statistics. You nit. Get him out of here. Pull him off the table.
Get him out of here. Just kidding, JD.
I'm not.
I know. I gotta see the guy a few times a week. All right, you know, he's in my hood.
Oh man, that's funny. All right, so Doc here is going to continue with $2,000 in the stack and ace 4 offsuit in the holdings. Takes it up to $375. Luis wants to know why we haven't seen anything from RGB for a couple of weeks. Well, I will be honest with you. I don't keep up with all the other locations or the other streams that we do for the most part outside of Austin. So I don't know what to tell you. I wish I did.
See if I could find out for you.
Looks like we need a reset on our tablet. So we'll get that done as we move along here.
$125.
Second round of the knit button game going on. Assassin lost the first one after a brutal beat that he took.
King of flips. I'm not flipping with it.
Mr. Danny Chin right there in the 5 seat.
You're a professional flipper.
Got your fucking action.
Tires told me not to flip with you no more.
6-2. You got played at 6-2.
He should retire flipping because
Yeah.
he's just gonna be lifetime.
I would.
Yeah.
I would.
If they do a tournament of flipping, he would win 100%.
I'm really trying to.
Aaron, I just found out my coworkers were headed to Lupe Tortilla, and they got me a bunch of food, so
It gets boring eventually.
they're going to fatten me up out here in the hallway. I'm going to have a laptop, a headset on, over here in the corner of the hotel with a shit ton of Mexican food. I'm going to look homeless. But that's
You
okay.
should pour it all into like a trough-like container.
And just
and
get on my
just-
hands and knees.
Exactly. No utensils. Just trough it up.
We're
I'm proud of
definitely
you already.
roughing it today, but definitely wanted to make the stream and come do the stream with you. Always fun. Glad I was able to get it to finally get just enough internet connection to get the video rolling.
Yeah, man. Happy to have you. JD here going for the squeeze on the button. John just calls with ace-king suited. Invites Doc Hollywood along, who flops up and down. But, wow, top pair, top kicker versus top pair, no kicker. And the straight draw. Everybody has a piece here, and JD is in the basement with only 4% equity. And now John comes in with the check raise.
And is there a world where Doc folds based on what we've seen?
I don't know. I mean, he doesn't have his knit button, right? So, like, he doesn't have to come along. But, wow, he's in there already, and he's not going to play for all of it, which seems like sort of the only other option, which is just, like, put all your chips in there. But I guess there's actually, like, a weird logic to it, which is, like, if he just calls, then JD might call. I mean, Doc has to improve to win this hand, right? So, like, the more money that goes in the pot is actually good for him. So, I actually think the call is actually smart. And, wow, drills it.
It's a spade, too, isn't it?
It is. It's not out of the. He's not out of the woods, but, like, he absolutely savages this turn card. John's all in, and Doc's like, hey, well, you know, when you have the nuts, you kind of got to go all in. So, I'm in there. And John is live. No spade. No spade. And that is dirty nasty. Dirty nasty. John just calling pre-flop.
Yep. Like I said, there was not a world where Doc is not coming along here, trying to get himself unstuck and in the profit, and that's going to get him well on his way. Huge 37.80 in profit there for Doc.
Yeah.
What a
yeah,
card,
and that's it's kind of the danger, right? Like when you have a hand like aces, kings, ace, king suited, there's definitely a part of, and you know, the solver will do this too, right? Where you sort of will trap your opponent a little bit. Like your hand is so far at the top of your range that you'll give your opponent an opportunity to kind of blow themselves up, right? But usually it happens heads up. Because you know that by only calling, you allow your opponent to continue with all of their dominated aces and dominated kings, when like they'll be 3-betting you with like king jack offsuit, ace 10 offsuit, things like that, right? But when there's a third player involved and you invite them into the hand, you're not really trapping anymore. Now you need to improve. And you know, I'm not going to harp on this too much, but like I think that the danger there was inviting Doc to come along. JD, though, still with a nip button after getting out of the way on that last hand. He is going to raise it up with the ace-jack suited.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
might be the start.
John, Doc, and Zfish all come along. We're 4 ways to a flop. 3 aces represented. And wow, what a flop. Zfish here, combo draw, gut shot, and a flush draw. But it is the pair of 4s for Doc that's the best hand. Also, Luis did get news on why RGV hasn't been streaming. It turns out there's an issue with the cameras that are being fixed.
Yeah. Sounds like they will be up and running tomorrow, though, and streaming 2 days this week, tomorrow and Friday. So watch out tomorrow. Should see some RGV streaming.
Yeah, the dealers are great. It's their normal dealers.
The queen on the turn and the 7 on the river is going to bring in none of the straights or flushes, but the 2 pair for Doc is best. John is going to go for a little tickle with the rivered 7, hoping that somehow, some way he just gets called by like ace-5. But he's going to get raised to 1,000, and
Give me a heads up.
there were still 2 other players behind. Like, Doc is just not bluffing here. And John realizes that. Let's go. And may need to reload. He's down to 1,500.
Back-to-back hands there for Doc.
Flip, how much?
I have 50 from the first flip.
100? 100.
You want to take 50 out of it? You got the 50 on this?
You want to hold it?
Doc appears to still be stuck a little bit, but on his way to getting right.
Go to Uchi afterwards.
Danny, who had peaked at about 8.3K in profit, is down to about 7.5K in profit, but still pretty nice for just an hour and a half's worth of work. He's our leader so far. And again, there's the play styles through the first hour and a half.
No, dude, I hate flipping, man.
JD kind of moving over a little bit as he got involved finally in a hand or 2. Zfish, John, and Doc Hollywood kind of in that loose aggressive / calling station territory. Danny, Scott, and Spooky all in the nit zone, the danger zone, as the nit game continues. Thank you guys and gals again for sticking with us. I'm Eric Van Loosen, and of course Aaron McAvoy is down there in Austin, Texas. I am doing this live stream from just north of Houston in the Woodlands, Shenandoah area. Rocking and rolling from the hotel as I'm down here for a work trip and conference for my full-time gig. But glad to be here with you guys and gals, even when I'm doing it remotely. Hope everybody's having a great week. And we're going to get our new dealer in.
Oh, put it 10. Put it 8. 10.
I see an 8 for John H.
I have not looked yet.
Oh, baby. Let's go.
I lose.
Kings with a 10. So
Best hand I got is an 8.
What do you got?
Looks like Zfish's King 10 is actually going to hold here.
Let's go.
This is a great hand to do side action.
2 players had an 8 there, but they did not have an ace or king for the full house. Zfish going to take down 900 in profit there.
Nice.
Thank you, boss.
And shout out to Tiffany for doing that first bit of dealing. We got Mr. Sal, Salvador, my man.
Thank God you reminded me. It's only trips.
I bet we'll get a shout out here shortly from Delilah, his lovely wife.
For king, and I was like, no, you want ahead of the 10.
And my man, Guppy, Mr. Dylan, joining us. What's up, Dylan?
Yeah, man. So pure, man.
Giving a
So
shout
pure.
out to Danny Chin.
After like downswing.
I wish I was
Oh man. I wish I could flip
You're
one
dodging half the
time,
deck, I think.
like duck flips, and then I can retire.
Are
You
we
know?
playing 7 deuce or not?
No. Why, you had 7 deuce?
It depends, Dylan. If you get D-Gen Danny, old school D-Gen Danny, or new school,
How about samba?
study it up a little bit, Danny. trying to take all the chips as he's trying to tonight. Got 2 versions of Danny.
How many buttons we got?
Never know which one you're going to get.
4?
Oh, more players.
All right.
All right. Danny
Yep.
going to play the 9-6. He's taking a little cue out of Zfish's book.
That's right. Big flop here for John H. Open ender and the flush draw.
Ace of diamonds on the turn, not what really anybody had in mind. But after checking through, John will take a little stab at it.
Oh, I see a bag of food that looks like it's big enough to feed a village coming my way. Goodness, they literally bought the whole menu and they're bringing it to me. I will be right back.
All right, you enjoy. Don't hurt yourself. All right, Assassin raised. John went all in. And the pair of 8s is going to be good because John could not improve with the straight draw, flush draw combo. And the 8s will scoop the pot. Assassin here going to ship $3,100, get rid of his knit button. And John has got to just be a little bit baffled by what transpired there. Well, that's why you play the knit game, folks, is to get hands like 9-8 off and 9-deuce suited, playing all-in pots, both with basically just draws. Love to see it. You love to see it. Is your game too nitty? Excuse me. Is your game too nitty at home? Time to get knit game. Side effects may include going broke with 9-deuce suited.
What a troll.
All right, down to just a couple of players with knit buttons, JD and Spooky being 2 of them. And it's John, fresh off of a drubbing, chipped up to 4,000, and he gets ace king. Not gonna get tricky here.
Yeah.
Bumps it up to 800 straight away. And I can hear the styrofoam.
Dude, they literally got enough to-go boxes worth of food to where I could feed like a table of 6, and they were laughing the whole way, and they just dumped it off at my feet. This is ridiculous. Oh my goodness.
Well,
I wish you were here, Aaron. We could really be eating it up right now. I've got like.
I wish I was too, man. I could go for endless styrofoam boxes full of food right now.
You ever had Lupe tortilla?
You know, maybe once or something. I don't know. It didn't really stand out to me if I did, but I'm not big on Tex-Mex. So.
You're not a Tex Mexican?
Well, it's just so tricky because I came from Colorado and New Mexico. I spent most of my life in those 2 states, and it's just a very different version of Mexican food.
Yeah.
So it's kind of hard.
You were born with a green chili in your ass. I understand. I get it.
Just cranked up in there, you know, just beyond removal.
Wow, man.
You just got to live with it now.
And it's only seasonal, right? It only comes out certain seasons.
I mean, that's true, but then what ends up happening is that you roast them in the summertime out in the parking lot of your local grocery store or hardware store, and then everyone buys like 800,000 pounds of them, and then we all freeze it. And then you continue to consume it until the next batch comes out the following summer. But yes, there's green chili perpetually in those Mexican dishes.
And not a single utensil did my coworkers get me.
Did they bring you a trough? Because that's all you need.
Guacamole with my fingers, evidently.
You got to have some chips in there somewhere.
I do. And tortillas. Lord of mercy.
Well, you don't need a fork if you got chips. That's all I know. Top trips here for Spooky. JD, though, going to try to get rid of his nip button and power this one through with the King 5. Bill James won Taco Bell money after 6 hours of 1-3 on Sunday. Hey, good job, man. Well done.
Hell yeah, Bill.
You know, if you come away with Taco Bell money, you didn't lose. That's all that matters. Spooky here just calls in position with the Jack-9. JD does not pick up any additional equity here, and this should just be a give up, and it is. The hallmark of a good player is knowing when to just shut it down, right? Like, JD has a nit button. He really wants to he wants to win, but like betting again on this turn is just a nightmare. It's just suicide.
Superstitious about the way the dragon faces.
He points it at the chips.
3 crispy tacos. Nice. I'm a little partial to the double stack taco right now.
Fantastic.
It's a crispy and a soft taco at the same time. Pretty epic. And they put a little bit of that.
The way he is. That's my vibe.
Did the word leave you? What do they put on it?
It's the nacho cheese. I mean,
yeah.
who knows? I don't think they actually make it in Taiwan, but it doesn't seem like it's something that could possibly be manufactured in the United States.
Taiwanese cheese, if you please.
I don't know what is in that stuff. I don't think there's a single bit of anything cow related. My guess is that it's pure soybean oil, but I don't know. It tastes good. Dude, 9-6 is just stone cold nuts.
It is. Somehow it's fading. Your hand, the 9 Triz, is not out there.
Well, it's just because nobody thought to play that hand. It would win. John makes the call. He's got plenty of backdoor opportunities that could come through. And closing the action here, JD, yeah, he's going to make the call with the bottom pair. I mean, you got to imagine that you have 5 pure outs to improve to the best hand, right? Like any 3, any jack. You're not worried about your dangler sort of like improving you to 2 pair and giving your opponent a straight something, right? So I like it. Check now. Danny picks up the flush draw and the straight draw, but decides to check. And wow, that inspires John to bet big, nearly full pot. And I mean, Danny could go 2 ways here, right? Like, he could just go all in. Like, if he's somehow behind, he's got loads of equity. And his opponent could just have something exactly like what he has. Oh, he is just going to make the call, though. And Brick City, 10 of diamonds on the river. Checks it over. John here just under 3K. Feels like he just doesn't maybe need to go for it with the 6-5. Same could be said for betting the turn for 1,200. Not exactly sure. But Danny wins nonetheless, up to 14-4.
Speaking of Johnny, you spoke him into existence. There is our man, Johnny Rodriguez. Free Panda.
What's up, man? Welcome in.
Welcome.
You like it?
Aaron, you inspired me. I've got a bunch of chips inside of my flour tortilla, giving it that crunch.
Nice.
With steak and chicken fajita meat from Lupe Tortilla. I'm No silverware whatsoever. Just using the chips. Out here in the hotel lobby like a slob.
I'm proud of you, man, and I'm also jealous. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm very jealous. I'm still getting my T-bell later, so like I'll live with you vicariously for now, and then we'll, you know, sort of delay gratification until later. But sounds like you've got quite the hookup over there.
The Frenchman said, no, no, no.
69.
Zfish just shouting out 69. How about 63 for the J Diggles? That lands.
He sure does. Flush draw for Zach, so a couple players with a wait, what? Oh, he didn't have 6-3. JD. Or if he did, he didn't see the flop. Flush on the turn for Zach. He is burying his opponents. They cannot improve to a better hand.
I didn't really play with her. Maybe one time.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, she came over one time.
See if Doc wants to give it a try. It's certainly not recommended, but he does put in the chips and really doesn't want to see an ace or a 6. And the 8 of diamonds, while it does not tickle his fancy, is actually just the best card that he could see. I am indeed, Johnny. I will be playing the Deuce 7 $1,500 event right up at the beginning of the summer. That is, if I'm not deep in day 2 of the Mystery Millions, hopefully pulling some big bounties.
Hell yeah, bank a big one, man.
Yeah, the dream is to not play Deuce 7 this year. But not because I don't want to or that I'm not there to play it, but because I'm running so deep in the Mystery Millions that I just never get to register.
That is a dream scenario, man. I hope nothing but you hitting that, man. That would be just too cool.
Dude, tell me about it.
When I called Ryan with the...
It's obviously a very low probability, but somebody's got to pull the millie every year, and why not me, you know?
Yeah.
Why not?
What's the famous line from Mr. Mikey in Rounders?
Thinking about Vegas and the fucking Mirage?
In the fucking Mirage, baby.
If I win $1 million this summer, I am definitely going to go stay in some place that's called the Mirage somewhere.
As you should.
Yeah.
I'm adding
They've got to have one in like Barbados or something, right? The Mirage.
Yeah, he has to.
It'll be someone's like Airbnb with like cockroaches crawling around. I'll be like, I'm staying at the Mirage.
But I'm rich, bitch.
I wouldn't care. You're right. I'd buy a can of Raid at the local store, and I would deal with it. How about you, Johnny? You playing Deuce 7 out there?
That's the question, Johnny. Are you going out to Vegas this year? Try to bink you something nice. Well done, Johnny.
Well, if you're playing in that tournament and I lose to you heads up again, I will be very happy to do so. But if you get it all in with a 2 draw to beat me again, I will not be pleased about that aspect of it. The Mirage, you must be behind all the time. No, I didn't say that I'm going to stay at that Mirage. I said I'm going to stay at some place called the Mirage.
And it might be a motel in Cambodia, but it's going to be called the Mirage.
That's right.
We know the Vegas Mirage is no longer.
Top par for John far and away the best hand. Top par, top pair.
We're good.
Hello.
Oh my goodness. Doc sticks around
Hopefully it's alright.
and spikes a set. And he's about to go all in, and John is going to be like, what?
Like the 8 of hearts helped you? What?
Oh, he's not going to go all in. He's like, if you checked the turn, then maybe you have a king, and I better bet small. I don't hate this. I mean, yeah, he's going to get the call. And John's going to be like, oh, wow, I run really good.
I run really good against this guy right here to my left. Like, what is going on?
Yeah, well, John has not been running well against anyone here tonight. We'll get another peek at the leaderboard here in a moment. And, yeah, he's stuck second most only to Assassin.
Just take an Uber. Next week, it's okay. Next week, another week. Huh?
Danny here, still up the most. 9,300 in profit. Spooky and Zfish up over 5K apiece.
I wish you could see the spread of food I have at my feet in this hotel hallway with a freaking headset on, a laptop, just food all over the floor in front of me. This is amazing.
So, did they buy this all specifically for you, or did they buy like a whole bunch of food and then just
I think
realize they couldn't eat it all?
Yeah, I think that's what they did. Because, I mean, I got 40-something tortillas. I got rice, beans, guacamole, 2 different times of fajita meat with all the peppers and stuff, a whole box of chips,
Okay.
a whole thing of chips. I mean, it's ridiculous.
So they all went out to eat together, ordered
Yeah.
like an epic amount for the table, and then decided to take it all to go and just dump it with you. I mean, it makes sense, and
No,
you're a very lucky man.
But my boss said, box it up and bring it all. He told the other sales guy to bring it all to me. So he didn't box up just a little bit of it. He boxed up the entire freaking table. And
Nice.
people are just walking by me in and out of the hotel, just looking at me like, who is this slob who has 10 pounds of Mexican food at his feet, wearing a headset like he's important.
And like talking at the screen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good for you, man.
Yeah,
Living
this
your
guy's
best
really
life.
cool. What a douche.
I wouldn't think that. I would think this is the coolest guy ever. Maybe he'll give me a chip.
Is that Dan Bilzerian? Must be. God, he's so cool.
All right, so top pair Jack kicker versus top pair 10 kicker. It shows Spooky in the hand, but I can't really imagine that he actually has cards. No, he doesn't. Oh my goodness, another ace on the river. This is devastating for Doc. Yeah, but Danny doesn't have a hand that can raise. So he snap calls it, and Doc gets value owned. But honestly, Doc is sort of fortunate that, you know, the Jack kicker wasn't very inspiring for Danny because, my goodness, he could have gotten super coolered.
Mind the bud.
Dodged a big old bullet there.
And wow, the run good for Danny continues. The man is up nearly 15,000. The next closest player, Spooky and Zfish, up 5K, which is still basically a buy-in for this game, but up 3 buy-ins on hand number 46. Danny is running hot.
Oh, Taco. Bet on the all diamonds board was one.
Ace 9 or ace jack, and I'm like, if he has ace jack, it's 6. Should have.
Yeah, it's sick river too.
The way you've been running.
And then the next day where Doc made it 600,
I knew
700.
you had an ace.
Yeah, hard to have anything else.
Yeah, it's one of those
Good.
you're right in
Good, yeah. I'm like, does he have ace jack? Well, go ahead and bet this and find out.
Sassy says, you're making her hungry. You're making me hungry, too. My goodness.
I mean, this is awful. I mean, how is
And
this-
knowing that you have
gonna go down
so
for
much more
one?
food than you can actually eat, like, just makes it that much worse. All right, 3 ways to a flop. It's middle pair for Doc.
Embarrassing. Embarrassing.
But
Trying to
Zfish
chew.
here.
away from the microphone, folks. Trying.
We appreciate that. So Zfish here going to try to play every 9, not just the 9-6. And he is working with full-blown nothing burger here on the turn. But it is a decent card for his range. We'll see if he wants to rep it.
Why Dublin?
So our friends are already going. Not even Dublin, just Ireland.
Zfish says no, and River's an 8. So all the more reason to get to showdown, as maybe every once in a while his opponent will show up with something like Queen 9 of clubs and he can just beat it. But Doc is going to actually bet the jack.
My friend's mom was there.
Oh, okay.
And so his wife.
400 into 1540, so under quarter pot, no, under 1/3 pot, not quite quarter pot.
His wife and son.
Thanks a lot.
And he gets called.
His wife and son are going to stay for like 6 weeks.
The value bet with the jack 9 gets called.
Wowzers.
And Doc is somehow, some way going to ship a $2,300 pot with third pair getting called on the river. Incredible.
And this is the Zfish that folded the queens earlier. You know, totally different situation. Finds a call there with an 8.
Go hang out for a few days, drinking in Ireland. Then you go to Killarney, which is like the far coast.
Wow.
It's really beautiful. You know, like national parks there.
Drink some Guinness.
Similar sort of situation insofar as like the price that he was being given, right? It's just like your opponent is like very rarely bluffing, but you know, if they do bluff at some non-zero percentage, right? Like maybe you can justify it up to a certain amount, but my goodness, calling with 4th pair, losing to 3rd pair for value, like, oh God, that hurts.
When you say it like that, yeah. Losing the 3rd pair for value.
Well, man, I'll tell you, it's happened to me many, many times, especially in tournaments, where the way that the hand plays out, you get to the river and your opponent makes a bet that just they never have it. They like the hand, right, is never theirs. So they're always bluffing. And so you like hero call them with ace high and a blocker or something, like, you know, of the straight or whatever. And they've just decided to turn like 3rd pair into a bluff instead of taking the showdown when everything misses. And you just end up paying it off with your ace high. It's like super annoying. But they were bluffing, right? In their mind, they were bluffing.
Look at Danny go. Flopping a set of 8s. Bets it, though, and gets no action.
And he's running bad. Can't get any action.
Kind of wet board. I thought maybe you get a little action.
Unlucky.
Better than losing all of it.
Our largest pots, 2 of the largest pots have been won by Danny. Zfish and Doc also have had a good showing. Rebel here going down the Wikipedia rabbit hole on casino owners in Vegas.
Well, Miriam Adelson just also got herself the #1 pick in the NBA draft.
Oh, is that who bought the Mavs?
Yes, sir. Unless I'm smoking crack.
No, you're probably right. I just don't keep up with that. I know that what's his nugs did part with it, but did not know who bought the team. That's how far out of the loop I am. All right, here we are. 3-bet from Doc with the ace jack up to 800. Zfish makes the call. A spicy call with ace deuce. And John here, who's got basically that amount total, is going to forfeit his $100 and we'll go heads up to a flop. Jack in the window, 8-5 behind it. Top for Doc. Yeah, Cuban sold the team. I don't know, what was it, a year ago?
Yep.
2 years ago? Bet of 600. Zfish makes the call and does pick up a club on the turn. And it is an overcard to the board. So Doc slows down with a check. 3,200 in the middle. He's got a little over pot. And Zfish is going to take his free river card. Does not improve him. And now, presume we should see a small bet trying to get called by an inferior jack. And 1,400 into 32. Wouldn't necessarily call that a small bet, but under half pot, I guess it qualifies. Don't actually hate the size either. Some queen 9, some 10-9, whatever. These sorts of hands may just like bet flop, sort of give up on the turn, and then try to bet your opponent off on the river, but ace-deuce, of course, can't make the call. And Doc picks up a nice pot.
There we go. There's that leaderboard we were just talking about. Look at Danny up there. 2 hours on the nose we just hit of tonight's live stream, and 15.8K in profit for Mr. Danny Chin.
Yeah, man, I got to go water my dog, bro. Sorry, something came up. Got to go. I kid, of course, but that is a pretty darn good hourly. And, yeah, he's going to see if he can't keep the run good alive, spin that thing up even more.
Absolutely.
The only player with over 20K in the stack, but who knows? Maybe we get some more adding on. Chip these stacks up. John sticking around with the nub. He's got about 1,000, and he's going to just play it until it's ground all the way down, or perhaps spins it up. Not involved in this hand, though. It is Doc, Zach, and Spooky looking at a 9-high, 2-tone board. It's top pair, queen picking for Doc.
Where are you from?
2 overs and a gutty for Spooky. That should keep him involved.
Next time. I go to Europe like once a year, past few years, so I need to stop in Nice at some point.
Oh, you should, man. Any favorite?
How long ago did you move here again? Pretty long time ago, right? You moved here?
Oh, yeah. It's been like
John heard me talking about him in the past/future, and he is going to reach for more chips
Yeah, I moved here. It's at the 4 years. I went to
before the next hand is
4
dealt.
years, and then other than that, I've been here. So I just moved back here last
Spooky
year.
here sees the ace and a bet from Doc, and he's going to lay it down.
Very nice. Yeah, Rebel, just to finalize that talk about Miriam, she bought the Mavs in late 2023 from Cuban for 3.5 billion. That's billion with a B. And definitely was met with some mixed reactions at first because we didn't know what that meant. There's been talk about a new stadium and then possible move to Vegas, but she and the family swore that they were not going to move the team, that they actually were interested in owning the Mavericks and potentially a new stadium / casino if they can ever get that legislation passed, which we know is very tough to do in Texas. But they bought a bunch of land where the old Cowboys Stadium was, Texas Stadium in Irving. That was, demolished back in, I think, 2009, 2010, whatever year that was. But we all know that no legislation has even got to the floor, so we shall see what happens with that. But yeah, she is the majority owner of the Dallas Mavericks now.
Because they're taking rake out of it, and you chop, so you're not winning.
All right, 3 ways to this flop. Top pair, no kicker for John. JD, 3 spades and a bad gut shot.
And say we go like for 15K each.
They still chop. Oh, they still take the
I think now they capped. Like
He'll take off a
it's
turn.
4%.
Heads up, we
It
go
used to be
to
outcapped. Now they capped it, so I don't know how much.
the
Like maybe
turn.
500
And
bucks.
John did add
But still,
on,
it's a lot,
so it
man.
shows
Like,
him
you're
having
losing money.
500 behind. I'm not sure exactly how much he's got, but it's a little bit
And it's
more.
slow, dude. Like, they gotta calculate
Probably a couple
it,
thousand.
You know, we take out cents, like 50 cents, like so weird.
And
It's a shame. I just
wow,
wish they had a
spade
different
draw
model,
now to
'cause,
go
like,
with the gutty
Is underground any better there?
for
Or?
JD. John is not all in, but he has wagered 1,000, I believe.
That's like
But I
crazy,
mean,
like,
surely
underground could be
there's
better than-
hundreds of them going on, man. Like,
And this is really awkward for JD. Like, his hand just really wants to raise,
the way I see it is like,
but he just can't.
if I make myself
And it doesn't matter because he's going to back into the butt flush.
cool, I'm just gonna like, you know, yeah, exactly.
Not to be confused
But
with
I'm
the
never
nut
gonna
flush,
go
the
there
butt
to,
flush,
grind
the
and-
worst
like, it just
possible
ruins the
flush.
vacation in my opinion.
And now JD goes all in. And John is like, wow,
Just literally if I'm bored for like 3-4
this
hours.
is fun.
Yeah, exactly.
I like
kinda
playing
like
this game.
Look one time, like when I go
Oh,
run
so
that,
of course,
yeah,
man.
and then
Anywhere I go, if there's
Yeah.
poker, I usually like give it a
check it
shot.
out at least once. Yeah.
He's got a really bad card, too, the 6 of spades. Like, all of his opponents, like, you know, flop floats and turn floats would love to have the 6 of spades in it. So John is like,
Not what it used to be, but
No, it's
do
not.
you just have like 8-9 here or something stupid that's just like bricked out, but gonna try to rep the spades?
It's gonna
The
rotate,
deuce of
man. Like, it
spades, though.
rotates
God, what a
everywhere, you know, it's only a matter of time.
what a dumb card to try to represent when you just like bricked out your draw, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But again, like John, he kind of has like the best blocker and the top pair. It just feels like your opponent is never bluffing, even like JD. Like, is JD ever just like check call, lead jamming here with anything that you beat? Ever? Yeah, I mean, I guess the good news here is that John has 2,600. So he's got the full pot bet that JD has put in there. So if he's got king 6 offsuit, he's going to have every other king. He's going to have some 2 pairs. He's got plenty of other hands to call with. But it feels bad. Especially when he's been getting stepped on like he has. And he's gonna give the rest over to JD, and I won't be surprised if that's all she wrote. But you know, we'll see. Maybe John is gonna dig deep and stick it out.
Yeah, John down almost 2 full buy-ins there, 9.5K in the hole, right there with Assassin, who's in for 9.6K. And really, we haven't heard much from Assassin in a hot minute here, and already the loser of 1 nit game. Sal there passing out those nit buttons, getting it started again. Let's see if Assassin
He's the one crushing the tournaments for hundreds of thousands
work
of dollars.
work on
That's how
getting
he wins, man.
back right himself. He's gonna have to do it and dodge another nit game loss as well.
And I did see John over there counting. He's got a nit button and a hand. He is
And
getting
some
back
cash.
in there.
Got some of that cash
Oh.
money on the table.
That's right. You can't keep John down. That man is coming after those chippies that he has lost. He's going to try to get that money back.
Saw the Dallas Stars jersey there in the background. They're currently tied with the Winnipeg Jets. That's here in Dallas on the Espen. Rangers up on the Colorado Rockies. Sorry there, Aaron.
Pay the man.
Yeah, you know.
Have you seen their
I don't really
record?
follow. The Rockies?
Oh, yeah.
Are they hot, steaming dog shit?
They are on pace to lose more games than any team in the history of Major League Baseball.
Wow. That's impressive.
They are 7-34 right now.
Wow, nice. 7 wins out of 45 games, or whatever that is. That's
yeah.
it's
So
not
they're
great.
on They're on pace to lose like 130 games.
You can do it, boys. Bring it home. Bring home that trophy.
And actually, it took us breaking up a no-hitter last night to beat them. That's how bad the Rockies are running right now. You want to talk about run bad? They had a no-hitter, and it got busted up on a opposite field home run last night, so that was pretty crazy. Doug R. joining us, saying, "Go Tigers! Go Tigers!" How you doing, Doug? Doug is moving from the DFW area back to Louisiana. Going to be missed. But he'll always be here on the chat, talking a little smack to us, reminding us that he loves them Tigers.
Let's go. Scott here is going to take it up with the 2 red 7s. Makes it 200 to go. Spooky and John come along for the ride, as does Zach and Doc. Wow, this is shaping up to be a bomb pot.
We didn't even see his hand. What do you have? No way. No. If I rewatch this and you didn't have a king assassin at a minimum, you owe me an apology. Because I had a pair.
You owe me an apology.
That's what I said.
He's correct, then it's fine. But if you had a king, it's like something.
Ace 10 5 2 diamond. Spooky here, pairing a flush draw.
I'm gonna be so mad.
And somehow the actual just best hand is Jack 10 for middle pair. So the pair in the flush draw actually has the most equity here. Picks up an additional couple of outs on the turn. As does John, picking up the spades. And after check through on the flop, he's going to take a stab here for 700 into 1240. Zach, though, looking at those 2 flush draws out there, and he has no diamond and no spade. That's going to inspire him to make the call. As will Spooky. So still 3 players going to a river, and Brick City. John picks up a pair of 9s, but that is not good enough to beat the pair of 10s. And 2 quick checks over to Zach. He gets to take his showdown here, and he's going to ship 3340 with a pair of 10s.
You got an ace. Oh, no, that's me. I got a 10.
I had a master one.
Woo!
Zach was pretty sure he was going to lose, but
wins the hand and gets rid of the net button. There you go. Well played, Zach.
No, he doesn't. I vote. This guy fucking hates me.
I know. Oh my god.
I used to think I played that. Now I'm not convinced. I'll tell you, I just ran. People ran good against me. I will continue to play poker for life.
That's true. I won't be. Yeah. I
Home run one of these fucking damn and kill you.
God. No. It's a friendly game.
I used to think.
We're just where you mic'd up assassin. We got a mic you up.
75. I used to think that you guys were good. Not anymore.
Assassin. Good players are playing in
I
Dallas.
would never do that to you.
John here continues to get after it. Ace-4 offsuit this time. Makes it 75. Couple of callers over to JD. Not interested with the Queen-Jack O.
Yeah, I'll get some as well.
And 4 ways to a flop.
Oh, that wasn't me. Never mind. Sorry.
And what a flop it is. Danny, top 2 pair. Up against a couple of gut shots and the top pair jack kicker. So everybody has a piece, but Danny far and away the best of it.
You've driven every location in the state probably.
I should have done that. I think I'd save money on all the gas.
What were you doing this weekend? What city were you in?
I was here.
You were
Check
here.
raise from Danny makes it 1,400 over the bet of 300. And Doc just quickly lets it go. Just dodges it immediately. He's like, I'm not going to mess with the guy that's running hot.
Yeah.
Hell no.
The guy's up 16K. Why? I just have top pair. What am I doing here?
Yeah, it's like he might have a straight draw. He might have a flush draw. The guy might have absolutely nothing. He's going to get there. I have Jack 8. Get out of here. You win.
Yeah. Big old bet there from Danny.
He turned it over, and then we went for it. I mean, like, this tactical ratio was already.
You know what I'm thinking? At the end of these fights,
You making a dent on that food or what?
Oh, I've already had all I can eat. I had 2 big old fat fajitas wrapped up with, like I said, some chips and guac in there, and I still have enough food for probably five people.
Nice. Triple bypass tomorrow. Is that on the schedule?
Oh yeah. There's going to be some bypassing happening, that's for sure.
You're going to need to change rooms. Something's wrong with that one. I don't know what happened, but the plumbing's all backed up.
I don't know what happened in 419, but yeah, we're going to need to move. I swear it was like that when I got here, when I checked in.
That's right. Yeah.
You gotta revert that.
All right, raise to 450 and a call from John. I believe this is a 3-bet pot.
Just flip for it.
The darker you get, the pad is stats.
Is this kid in for 5K?
Yes.
This kid. Sassy winning some
He's
points.
only up 500. He's sold over there.
I'm actually down. I sold 150%.
That's so deceiving when they tell you that you won and then you realize you're right back to
I need
even.
to get my cut after.
I'm trying to carve Vidoogie, but just,
So Assassin continues for 400 into 1K. John here thinking about floating with the ace high, and does.
I got dinner at 9.
So these are weird spots there, and if you float with an ace-9, you know, and you don't connect, what do you do?
Well, I mean, ace high is pretty strong, right, on these high paired boards, because if your opponent has a king, it's just a couple of combos, right? There's just very few combos that they can have, and having the ace is obviously going to be, you know, a pretty good blocker of all of your opponent's best kings, right? And so then the rest of the time, like, ace high is just going to be good. They give up, like what happened here. Assassin checks on the turn, and you feel a lot better about your hand, right? Now, obviously, your opponent can be sort of, you know, betting flop with a better ace high, and you could still be losing. But, yeah, it's with any float, right? And it's sort of the definition of a float is where you call with a hand that doesn't necessarily have any front door equity, or doesn't have substantial front door equity, but you have the advantage of seeing like what your opponent does on the turn to really define their hand, right? And on a board like a high paired board like that, if your opponent bets flop and checks turn, especially with 2 flush draws out there on the turn, it just becomes very, very unlikely that your opponent actually has a real hand. And so then ace high can decide to go a couple different ways, right? Like you can bet some rivers, you can check some rivers, hoping your opponent will either check back and you show down the ace high, or maybe you think they'll bluff, going for a bet check bet. I mean, there's a lot of different options. It's not just super cut or dry.
Yeah, and the way that worked out for John was exactly kind of the situation he was hoping, that if he calls, his opponent won't continue to blast, and he does have showdown value, which greatly improved as he smashed that 9. So very nice hand for John.
Yeah, the thing that you have to be ready for, though, too, when you do start floating your opponents at a higher frequency, is you start to become more comfortable with it, right? Like, I've seen plenty of people, whether it's low stakes, mid stakes, tournaments, it doesn't matter, right? Like, they're just not floating. They just, if they haven't connected with the flop in a meaningful way, they're just out of there. Like backdoor draws, overcards, these things are not important. It's like, I didn't connect, I'm out. Now, once you start floating and your opponents pick up on the fact that you're going to float them, right? Like, let's say maybe you show down ace high in a spot. where, you know, they just assume that you have like trips or something and you're trapping them, and then you just like showdown ace high and win. Well, now they're going to realize that you're floating them light and that they need to do more double and triple barreling, right? Because they're going to get you to put a bunch of money in floating multiple streets and then folding rivers, because you're going to show up at rivers with a whole bunch of garbage. So you have to be careful about overdoing it and about showing down too many of them, right? It's like there's also a sort of an art to it where you float and maybe you even improve
I had a nip bond, man.
or don't. Like maybe you just have like your naked ace high like on the river and you bet it, not necessarily because you think that you need to bluff your opponent off of the hand, but because you would rather represent like the trapped like monster that you know is just going to get a bunch of folds and has the little extra benefit of not showing down your sort of raggy hands. So I don't know. It's there's a lot of nuance to it. That's for damn sure. Three bet here from JD. Ace queen offsuit.
I haven't had base cards. Maybe the whole night. The ace 5 of hearts is now like 7, 3, 6, 9.
And what do you know? Top two pair for the J Diggles.
There he is. I've been wondering where you've been, Jay Diggles. There's the float from John there. See if he can't catch another diamond. And he does.
Yeah, naked diamonds though, right? No gut shots or anything to speak of.
May 24th.
And JD here, I think, with a pretty big incentive to go for a big bet. Normally into multiple opponents, you tend to keep the bets a little bit small on the flop, but the turn, they stick around. It's time to get them to commit some money. Doesn't want to scare them off, though, at the same time, recognizing that it could just be some weak aces or sort of Broadway, you know, King Jack, King 10 type stuff.
No, French Riviera, man. Oh,
1100 here.
dude, like, Hawaii is amazing.
And yeah, Spooky, he's just like, I
There's
just
like multiple facets.
can't really continue
Like Hawaii's
with a
food is
player
not like
behind. And we'll see how down bad John feels here.
is an own thing.
I mean, if he makes this call, yeah, he's really trying to make a miracle happen. And can he return the favor against Jay Diggles going backdoor flush? And he cannot.
Over there is like super sad.
Spooky dodging a bullet there with them putting money out there. He would have hit two pair as well, ace 9.
And then
Yeah.
And the travel, you can go to all these other places.
And now John here would have to go for the lead jam river bluff, and he does.
And he does. Gangster, but not going to work.
And he just steps right into it. Ugh.
Man, JD. My God. Raises with ace queen off, hits ace queen off. Like, I mean, how can life get any better than that? Are you complaining about me, Assassin?
Stop complaining about me. Complain about
I only went
JD.
there for like 2 days, man. It was super quick. Oh, no. I go there every year.
Zfish in mid-conversation about France and beaches and food, and then just stops to kind of throw a little shade at the opponent to his right.
I wish, man. I wouldn't be opposed to it.
JD.
Yeah, and another tough one, a really tough one for John. I mean, he follows the same line as JD did against him, and he actually, you know, he has the 7 blocking the straight, but I mean, JD's hand is just super top of range. It's one of those spots where JD's like, if you got there and somehow made a better hand, like, you just win. Like, I'm just never folding top
All
two.
right, here we go, Aaron. This is perfect. The aforementioned shade thrown at JD. JD wakes up with kings this time. Zfish 3-betting him with a suited ace-queen and is going to 3-bet. Let's see what happens when it gets back around to them. There's no doubt we're going to play a big one here. Doc looks like he's going to put some money in too, right?
Yeah, he's going to try to get in there for 400, and of course JD is going to pop this back up with a 4-bet. The real question is, how big does he go? Zfish almost certainly just going to be priced into a call, which does sort of open the door for Doc to come in for another call. But let's see here. Yeah, 1600. Yeah, pretty much spot on. The 4X. And this goes from Zfish being like, yeah, I'm just going to sort of punk you and laugh about it. And, you know, you're just always going to have like King Jack or something and fold to, oh, God, here we go. Makes the call. And now Doc is getting a price, 1,200, to see a flop with a suited connector that almost certainly is not dominated.
Yep, getting a price. Here we go.
All right, let's go, Doc. Come on, baby. Turn this 10-9 suited into gold. 4,800 in the middle. And nothing there for the 10-9 or the ace-queen. Should be no further damage for either player. JD no heart in hand, so very little reason for him to ever think about checking to trap Zfish. Certainly aces with the ace of hearts, maybe kings with the king of hearts at some frequency, right? Like you just check because there's just not a lot of hands that are going to beat you. It's just like a pure ace draw going to the turn, or maybe a jack, queen, or king, something like that for 2-pair, but yeah, just going to bet at nearly 100% here. Zfish does make the call with the 2 overs and backdoor straight and flush opportunities. A little bit dangerous, though, because if he picks up some of that equity and JD puts them all in, it doesn't really matter that you floated in position and improved your equity.
What just happened? Doc makes the call as well.
Yeah, I'm very unsure of that. Like,
oh my goodness.
Oh
my goodness.
Doc is just going to rep the flush.
He's repping it 100%.
With 2 black cards. JD is like, this is the one card in the deck that I just did not want to see.
And that cancels out the big hand we thought between JD and Zfish.
Yeah.
But it still is Zfish and Doc. Zfish now top pair. Big kicker.
Dude, when Zfish folds this hand and Doc turns over 10-9 of clubs, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that anyone is going to believe what they're seeing. I can't even believe it. I'm seeing the cards on the screen. I can't believe it.
Yeah, I mean,
he's about to get this through.
Bluffing into 2 people is usually never a bluff, right? That's what they say.
And look at this texture changing card. Like, what the hell could Doc ever be doing this with that's like not just the goods? So you just have like King 10 with the King of Hearts, and it was like, oh, well, I guess I saw the flop and saw the turn. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. He's never bluffing. Except he is for 5,000 into a pot of 8,400. And Zfish already made a fold earlier that was way easier, or excuse me, way tougher than this fold. Like, this is like an easy fold. He just doesn't want to do it. He's trying to say to himself, like, does Doc ever have exactly what I folded to before. The ace 10. Does ace 10 ever get here? And the answer is just like no, right?
He asked him if he wanted to show one card.
I don't know if I can fold this.
Wow, Zfish. Oh my God, it's a zero equity bluff. So like if he calls, he just wins.
I wish we could see Doc's face right now.
Oh my God. He's like begging for a fold. He's praying for a fold.
Poker gods make him fold.
Maybe Zfish is really just reading his man across the way. Maybe he's seeing something in his face. Like, you're just bluffing.
Sorry guys, one moment.
Take your time.
It's my dad.
And I had dirty stack too.
God, he just knows. He's like, I'm just like super dead or... I mean, you'd never think your opponent is drawing dead, right? Like, worst case scenario, your opponent has a flush draw and maybe like a gutty. That's like your best case scenario. Turns out he's up against 10 high. Like, he wins 100% if he calls. This is insane. Doc is an absolute legend, by the way, for making this play. I have no idea what inspired him to do it, but here we are.
I don't know.
And he's talking too. This is the problem.
Top pair good?
I'll probably swap them.
Top pair no good? Man. Ooh, I'm sorry.
I got it.
We'll show it to you.
Oh my God. Can he find it?
Too much talking.
Oh my God, he makes the call.
Too much talking.
Twice. You guys want one time? One time.
All right, fine.
Twice.
You could run it 18 times. It doesn't matter. He's drawing dead. He made a straight draw.
Oh my God, just too much talking there.
Nothing on there?
Nice call.
Thank you.
Wow. Wow. That was about to go from
Doc, you put me in the blend as usual.
like just all-time epic bluffs
Sickness.
and everyone at the table just losing their minds to just like, oh, like he never showed the hand and it looks like he just bricked the flush draw or something. I think he probably said something to the effect of like, no, I'm not really drawing to a flush. But wow. Holy smokes.
Oh my goodness, definitely. Oh, what a hand. Zach Castro, what a time to tune in. See Danny going bonkers tonight, but Zfish catching up to him with that hand right there, as his stack is also now over 20,000, and he's up 13K for the night. What a hand. I mean, what a gangster move by Doc. Unfortunately, I just think, man, it's just too much talking there at the end. I really think he's going to watch that and just be like, man, I gave up so much information with the things I said there.
Yeah, I couldn't really tell what he was saying. I just know that Zfish was asking a lot of questions and stuff.
Yeah, and he was answering. You know, is top pair good? No. You know, just don't answer. Never answer.
Yeah.
You'll see it. You'll see it later. You'll see it. You know, that kind of stuff. I think he's going to go back and watch that and just be like, damn it.
Yeah. That's what got me.
Epic call though from Zfish, right? Like, I mean, that to me feels like a spot where your opponent's never bluffing, way more than the other spot where he folded the queens on the 10 high board. Maybe not. No, actually that's not true. But like, still very, very low frequency bluff. The other one was like actually zero bluffs, right?
2 minutes left. 3 shots from the line. This is the first 2 down 6.
All right, top pair, top kicker for Zfish here. Top pair, jack kicker for Spooky. Gut shot for Doc. Flush draw for John. Everybody has a piece except Assassin here with just the lone red 9s.
All 3 shots.
Yum, yum.
Donovan Mitchell, like an 85% shooter.
Wow, 4 ways to a turn. There's the spade. John improves to the flush.
Oh, now he makes the 3 the next play.
And it's really hard for him to lose this hand now. Needs a 5 or a king to come off.
Thanks, Seth. Appreciate it.
And John is going to pile it in.
Another spot for Zfish. Easy fold.
No.
When they were down 1-0, they were 2-1 down. My customer
You mean when they were up 1? Yeah, when they're up, after they won. Yeah, up
After they won game 1 big, they were 2-1 down in the third. Oh.
Scott going to town on that Snickers there.
It was the game 2 that really messed up this whole series. With the up by 7 with 40 seconds left and you lose the game.
And Spooky here, 3,500. Pot's going to go up to 13.5. Has to ask himself, like, is my jack ever an out?
See up there in that top left corner, 3 live outs. King of Hearts was folded by Zfish.
Again, though, this is a jam into the field on the turn, right? Like, you see these spots and you're like, this just shouldn't be a bluff. Doc did it just 2 seconds ago, but like, it's not recommended.
Yeah, and this is John who's been running bad. You know, is he just punting away money again?
Huh? The flop, you bet the flop, right? Jack 14.
On this one?
And of course, his first couple bullets were no punts. He just got really unlucky.
Spooky, though. Really intrigued by the price, I think.
No talking from John, just a little smirk.
I said one time when I started, hit a big hand.
10K.
All right, well, while Spooky contemplates his life, I'm going to pull up the stream and gamble some internet points. See if all the bad numbers got taken. Maybe there's a juicy 99 waiting for me. All right, 3 clean outs. Going to run it twice. That's no good. And neither is that. Oh, man, I rolled single digit. 6.
And
Gross.
I have single digit points.
You know what Doc was missing this whole time was his massage therapist. There we go. Now he might be able to get some run good going. Get some of these bluffs through.
Solid. Danny up 16K. Zfish up damn near 12K. JD kind of quiet, but still up 3.4K. And Zach also kind of quiet the last little bit. Up a couple of grand. Nick game still going. Who has the buttons here? We got Spooky and Scott, it appears. Still holding on to their buttons. Assassin still has his over there.
You mean to raise that?
A little bit, yeah.
The tiniest 3-bet ever seen,
No, come on, man.
up to 250.
No. Don't worry.
Everyone
JD
calls,
will
and
You net rolled on me.
4 players will see a
JD will
flop.
flip with you. Don't worry.
Yeah, the near roll.
Pocket tens on the button.
Nah, man,
Just
I
calling
know,
for
I know.
250.
You don't need to, because every hand's going to
5K to win 40.
I know. Scusi. 40K.
be from here. Every hand's going to be a flip.
Scusi. Yeah,
Excuse.
I think JD's up for
400.
On you, but I'm not bailing you out.
Come on, man.
Top pair, no kicker for Doc as the 3-better. Flops best.
Imagine it. Think you went top there.
And wow, everybody is still in. Going to the turn, it's another king. And this could be dangerous for John. Oh, I guess the pocket sixes are actually gone.
Yeah,
That makes
of
some
course. I
sense.
can be calling with 0 equity, but who cares?
700.
I don't care. I don't give a fuck.
No, that I know.
Put the fucking money, let's go.
That I know.
You draw dead, you draw dead.
Oh, man.
Doesn't matter if
Last
you take
time I
5 minutes
snapped
and then
call,
draw dead.
it was, I literally snapped call Cody.
to fold queens with the queen of hearts.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise
Bet
me.
flop, bet turn. John call.
Only 110 left.
Supra.
That is not it.
That heart, never falls.
You have 3 categories. You have the nits, you have the euros.
He's actually a pretty bad card for Doc to get paid, though. Tries to down bet small, just 1,000, to see if he can get the crying call from John.
Lock the fucking door.
But this, yeah, it works. It actually works. John's like, oh, that sucks.
Doc had the king.
Yeah, and John can't really believe his luck. I mean, yeah, it's definitely bad luck the way that these boards are running out. It just sort of strings him along, makes him think that his hand could be good. And another reminder of, you know, going multi-way and trying to come up with the best hand. It's really tricky in this game. Really, really tricky.
Yeah, and if the cards aren't cooperating with you, sometimes you have to make strong and tough calls like that. And it's just tough run out. Made you think the 10s might be good there. Doc obviously showing a few big bluffs tonight. So that's definitely an opponent that you can call lighter sometimes against. But man, it's just not been John's night so far tonight. But we're only 2 hours and 40 minutes in. About halfway to the finish line. Got another hour or 2.5 hours to go tonight. Big winner, though, so far. 2 of them, Danny and Zfish, our 4-seat and our 5-seat. Running hot.
So I'm trying to follow his footsteps.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't know you've been playing with it. You learned, you picked it up. You picked it up recently.
Yeah. It's called.
Sometimes you pretend that you have a big decision, so next time they, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
They want to bluff. Yeah, they want to bluff you again because they're like, wow, they got thought with top set.
Yeah, sick. How about the snap call that I did with Cody for 35,000? How about that?
You lost?
Yes. Of course I lost it.
You lost.
It was a snap. I didn't even think about it. And look what happened.
What are you gonna do? I gotta fold. Sometimes you lose, you split money.
Hearts now on the turn for Danny and
Always
the gut
happens
shot.
that the massive ones are going the other way and the small ones are like, okay, fine.
Yeah, the 4 would be a really gross card
He's
for
on the other
Spooky
side.
over there as well.
He's like, the big ones are going his way and the small ones under the covers.
825.
People know not to bluff JD at this point. He has aces, doesn't, it could be
Yeah,
5,
JD
6,
is
7, 8
so
on the
good.
board.
He's
He's all
like,
in. He's all
he knows when it's a bluff and he knows when it's not a bluff. Like, that's how good he is.
Very easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has
He's
good
like,
dawn. He has good dawn read on.
it's like a soul read on you.
And then at the river, not bluff. What's his dog? Everybody else?
It used to be you never bluffed the river.
And at the river? Like, oh, I got a sick read. Sick read.
Yeah.
Just kidding, man. The amount of times that I've bluffed this guy. And then he went home and he studied.
Tournaments are the same way. People don't have bluffs on the tournament.
And he's got to put a bluff in if he wants to win this hand.
I know I'm saying Zfish learned.
3,200 out there.
It's like moved for like as long as I know him.
I'm learning. Well, who's number one right now? Harvey's number one. What does he do? He tanks. And then he makes a decision.
Number one. That was the first part I've seen in a while where like all the chips got pushed in the middle and then they didn't come back.
Wow. Big bluff for Danny.
He's not?
Gets it through. Only way to win with a 6 high.
Yeah, I don't really know what his opponent had, but yeah, definitely the only way to win that one. And makes the good play. Doesn't show it either. Doesn't wave the 6 high around.
Another 2K in profit. That's putting him right at 18,000 in profit for the night.
Feels good.
Feels good.
Is Tamayo Texan?
Another tight Asian.
Oh my god. Hey, Tom, what the fuck?
You running good today. You think he's fucking cash, man.
Well, here's a hand that might help John H. get right, Aaron.
I will never claim.
Yeah, we'll see. Spooky's certainly sitting on more than just 1,800 there. He's got a full tower black and a lot more to go with it. So, yeah, not sure exactly what happened with our accounting, but is going to 3-bet this up to 775. And Doc, who's also perhaps feeling a little bit of the tiltenings. He's going to try to get in there with his suited wheel ace. Back over to Spooky. He just may not have enough to do anything other than shove, and here it comes.
Damn wires in this table.
Nothing has happened.
Chips go all over the place as Spooky makes a bit of a mess, but we are going to get a count.
We can bet 13,000. I had 6 high.
And I think probably the right play here is to just go all in. There's some temptation to try to isolate, or excuse me, to invite your opponent along and not isolate. Because, you know, beating any 2 hands, you know, should be pretty decent. But, yeah, here it's just a 90-10. Like, your opponent is just, like, super in the basement. You invite one other hand in there, and who knows what could happen.
Ooh. Wasted a queen.
Chop it up.
Wow.
Diamond for John.
Diamond covered. The Queen of Clubs was still available, but doesn't matter.
Queen of clubs, so those are out.
So big pickup there for John. Gonna win all of his neighbors' chips. And honestly, after getting ultra buried, John is now down just 1 buy-in.
Absolutely.
I mean, he was down like 15K. He's up to just 1 buy-in down, sitting on 14,000, and that's gonna feel really good after where he was.
Jedi singing the Santa Claus song for JD. JD's like Santa, knows when you're bluffing, knows when you're not. So don't bluff, for goodness sakes. You don't make a lot of money bluffing the J Diggles.
God, or Zfish, apparently.
Apparently.
I mean, earlier in the night, you could make some money doing it, but not once he's been bluffed a few times. He's like, no, I'm not. It's not happening anymore.
Yeah, what a hand.
You made it 800. I bet like 3 something on the flop. King Jack 8 2 spades.
Wow, Spooky gets ace queen fresh off a rebuy. He's like, oh, this feels familiar. But he's got the knit button. He's got a fresh 5K. And Scott has opened to 175. He needs to get after this.
How much are you playing, Spooky? 5K.
3-bet to 800. Here we go.
Doc helping out the dealer a little bit with the play-by-play. There's that 6-9 again.
Two of them, Zach
Yeah.
and JD. I was gonna say, give it to Zfish, man.
Yeah, we know Dr. Love would make that call. The Love Doctor.
Sorry, I'm discounted.
Spooky tried to get away with a short buy.
Hour and 15 minutes. We'll do 3 dealers in 4 hour.
An hour and a half. Hour and a half. Hour and a half. I got you.
Indeed.
We'll schedule them separately and then on the stream.
Asian Danny is on fire.
Just do like hour long, basically.
Yeah, 1
5 hours stream, 4 dealers.
All the winners are just right in a row too, with Assassin sort of stuck in the middle of all of them. So he just sees all these chips all around him, and he is stuck the most.
All in. I was about to say somebody needs to go poke Mr. Scott, poke the bear.
He's all in for 3,500 over a raise to 75.
Knit game
This
on. He
is-
says, I'm not losing the damn knit game. I'm running bad. I'm sticking it in.
My goodness, that is massive. I mean, earlier he raised to 800 over the open to 150, and that sort of got the job done. But the just blast it all in there will also get the job done.
The Master Blaster 5000. There he is. Just stuff it.
Oh no, and it's Assassin losing the knit game again. He's going to have to sponsor another $800 splash pot.
That's what you want, Queen
And
Jack?
Scott did that right with Ace 5 earlier for 800. This time goes with the full 33. Just giving it the business.
Yeah,
Doesn't lose the knit game.
that's right. All right, so an extra 800 in the middle of this pot.
275.
I don't want to jinx it, but so far we don't have the same microphone issue that we had with Doc getting the massage for 3 hours last time. With the massage just getting rubbed against the sweatshirt that we couldn't get to stop. Scott is wearing that jersey for a reason, because Scott likes to poke the bear. Rebel. Last week it was John Rocker. Now it's Antonio Brown. So.
All right, 5 ways to a flop. Whole bunch of sort of jaggedy Broadway-looking cards, and no one has an ace. Comes ace, ace, queen. Assassin folded the queen 9, which would have been the best hand. John here, though, has the best of it as of right now. But it checks to Zach, and he's like, shit, if nobody has anything, Zfish probably doesn't have anything. He would have squeezed with all of his good aces, right? Zfish on the button, you know he can't have anything, like, really big.
Not that you have many bad days.
But the gut shots are sticking around. Jack 10, King 10. And this looks dirty, right? Like, John, he's going to fold the best hand. He's got miles and miles ahead of everybody the best hand. And he folds. The curse of having, like, a made hand on a flop like this, you know? It's the guys with the draws that can actually hang out. 6 on the turn. Changes nothing, of course. King high, now far and away the best hand.
Insane.
And now goes check, check over to Zfish. And, like, Zfish just can't have an ace, like, ever. Like, he can't rep an ace. Like, he can have a queen. Yeah, so he's going to check. He's going to take the free river card, and it is the king. Zfish gets there. Makes Broadway. Spooky improves to 2 pair, but he's just going to check. Yeah, he wants to get to showdown, try to win this 3K pot with his king. And Zach has like the worst hand he's ever going to show up with here, right? Just like the naked jack high. Does block the Broadway, but he's just not going to go for it. He's like, I'm totally done with this. Whatever happens, doesn't matter. I lose, and I'm okay with it. And Zfish here, what does he do? Does he bet small to try to entice a call from a king and a queen, right? Don't want to go too big, but also you're the guy that bluffs. So you can pretend to bluff, right? Bet like 4,000 here or something insane. He's just going to grab a fistful of everything. He's going to go in between. It's not quite the overbet, but it's 2/3. And this is going to be tough. I mean, Spooky still has a player to act behind, but he shouldn't be worried about Zach, right? Like, there's just like no world within which Zach has a real hand and is waiting to like back raise.
Yeah, and he's putting it all together. He's like, you know, spades miss. Can't put him on an ace.
I'll take a coffee with cream.
I've got a 10 in my hand.
Did I owe you for that?
I
And
chop.
he chopped. Sorry.
Yeah, chops with all other queens. I mean, other kings.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, this is, I mean, this is like impossible to fold, I think. The only thing that could make any sense is like ace-6 offsuit, where Zfish just like calls the flop because he's like, all right, like my hand is super awesome, but 6 kicker kind of blows. Fills up on the turn, is happy to just like check it back and be like, all right, let's see if somebody else picks something up. Get some value from him on the river. But if that's it, I don't know. I think I mean, I'm calling Zfish here with a king, right? Especially with a 10 blocker.
I got to get on Sunday too. It was pretty sick. But honestly, if I got tickets again, I'd want to.
Yeah, there's the call.
Yeah, not all in.
I was almost going to pay off Jack High here.
Oh, Zach was going to maybe call with Jack High. Wouldn't have been an unreasonable hero call either, the Jack High. Because, I mean, yeah, like Zfish, he just can't have anything. It's crazy. But there you go.
King 10? Man, I should have bet the turn.
Bro, you bet the turn, I shove on you. What are you talking?
I had an ace. You have an ace? Yeah. I was like, God damn, I'm hitting here.
There's no way you have an ace.
I had ace 3.
But you happen to fold.
There you go, Zfish now getting close to that 16K mark, so not letting Danny get too far ahead of him.
He doesn't call.
Oh, I guess he saved I guess he saved your money.
He got almost 50K in chips between the two players.
No, what I'm saying. Oh, I'm talking about. Okay, no, but on the river.
I can't bet into 2 opponents when he folds.
No, if he folds on the river, you call? If
So,
he folds
I would have thought about it for a while, actually. Would have been
thankful.
I mean, no, I would have actually, I don't know.
125.
I beat all the flush draws. Except the ones where you got
Yeah, it's possible that he would have found the call.
Except
Would have
all the
made some
ones where you
sense.
get a pair.
The Jack High hero call on the river is a tough one to make, but sometimes it's correct. It was a big part of my big score last year, making the river call with Jack High.
Like a boss, Aaron Money McAvoy calls with the Jack High.
Damn right.
That's how I feel like the audio went down, or would have, had I been calling it for you. Like a MF boss, Aaron Money McAvoy.
That's right. Man, I need to make some more. I need to make some more Jack High hero calls and win some tournaments, man. I'm telling you, I've been on a bit of a cold spell. I'm ready to win again.
Well, it is tournament season. You got plenty of opportunities. I feel one coming for you. Deep run at minimum and hopefully a big old bank.
Dude, yes. Let's make it happen.
God. Talking about the hand we had Jack High.
My God. These guys.
30 minutes.
30 minutes, yeah.
These guys, man.
That's the worst hand. It's just like, whoa.
JD opens the birds. John just calls with the 8s, and a bunch of other hands are going to get invited along, and now JD's got to try to beat 4 opponents with 2 red aces. And that's a clean-ish flop. Assassin picks up the diamond draw, but everyone else has bricked this really hard. And JD has the ace of diamonds. And quite the magnificent chip tower that Zfish is building over there. So he's accumulated a lot of the smaller denomination chips, unlike his neighbor who has mostly those beautiful blue oversized 1K chips.
Hey, bud.
Sir?
Appreciate it. Yep.
All right, John calls with the effective second pair. Makes sense. Over to the assassin now. And this man is raising. 1,700 to go now. And this is always uncomfortable when you have the aces, but you just can't fold. There's no world within which you fold, and raising doesn't make any sense. So JD's going to size up John's stack a little bit before he puts in 1,300 more. That should send John to the exit, and we'll see if Assassin can get something going with a big turn card. Even something like a 10, a queen, a 7, right? Gives him just a little bit more life. Obviously looking for that diamond straight away and does not get it. It's a super brick deuce of hearts. And now with 5,000 in the middle, stack size very awkward. 1.5 SPR on the turn is just like always really annoying. It's like you have to bet 1/3 so you can bet 2/3 on the river.
Seven live outs for Assassin here, we can see.
Oh, he's going to check instead. Now let's see if JD just takes this pot now. He should have the green light for it.
Yeah, I feel like he will.
Like every once in a while, having the ace of diamonds, you say to yourself, like, okay, I'll just check it back and just, you know, sort of give them a chance to blast it on the river. But yeah, JD, oh my God, he's a master of this, right? Just bets tiny. It's like, oh, I don't have anything. I'm gonna bet small. You can totally check raise me all in. I might fold.
It is a gangster sizing there. It says bring it on.
And all things considered, right, actually giving his opponent a very good price. It's not a check back and a free river, but like 1,500 to win a pot that's going to go up to 8,000 and possibly larger. 1,500 feels like a pretty decent price. Even though you know that just like 4 times out of 5, you're going to brick it.
Gets the call.
And there is the call. Can Assassin drill the diamond? He cannot. JD doesn't benefit a lot from betting here. He sort of already got his value. I mean, he can go all in sort of as a formality, but I think he knows right where he's at. The 4 completes a straight, right? Like, he's just not getting value from anything. Ace 9, King 9, it's just not happening, but he's going to do it anyways. Bets the 5,000 as a formality, just knows that his opponent is going to begrudgingly fold this hand away. But he has to show the hand anyways because, oh yeah, he's got to get rid of the nit button. I was like, that's the only real reason to bet, right? Is that you don't have to show it, but yeah.
Nice hand, nice hand.
He just knew where he was.
There are our VPIP numbers, Aaron. Haven't seen those yet tonight. Scott down there getting close to that Mendoza line. Danny and JD at 27. Everybody else 30% and above. Doc and John H. near 60 and almost up to 70 for Doc. Lord have mercy. You're playing some hands tonight over there in our 8 and 9 seat.
That's right. Heart flush draw here for Danny, top pair for Scott, and top 2 for Spooky. Also a gut shot for John, and bottom pair for Doc. I guess there's just a little bit of everything in here. Spooky just gonna call with the top 2 pair.
Yep.
Danny here is getting just a brilliant price
Or purple chips.
to just call. I mean, he'll be out of position, which is like sort of the one rationale for just sort of raising here, getting it all in, perhaps, as the pot's already quite large. Yeah, he's just gonna go for it all. That also makes sense. Scott in a pretty uncomfortable spot here now. You can imagine that your opponent is going to have stuff like this a lot. And every once in a while have something like a set of 3s or maybe Queen 9. Yeah. But the problem for him is that, yeah, he's got Spooky behind who's got the goods. I mean,
yeah, very interested in the player behind him.
Don't say what you had.
Spooky's in. 2-1 favorite here. Gonna run it twice.
Great fold, Scott.
That's a pair.
That one goes the way of Danny. That man cannot miss. And will he get Spooky on the second run out? He will not. So chop it up.
Yeah, does get rid of the nit button as well for that top board. So some more run good for the kid. DJ and Danny.
Dude, yeah, you just run it one time and get it all nasty. Very surprising that Spooky just calls that flop too on the button. Like, that's such a wet board.
I just bought. It'll be, I want to see one more card for a day. We did the flip. Such a trappy hand.
That was on 50 to play. That's a difficult one.
Yeah, check.
I think Josh card $100.
Queen jack.
I kind of trying to balance that. Draw.
What did you have, Doug? On
But I
that?
was worried about him.
He had a strong answer.
Why did you want to see the turn?
But I'm hating it the whole way.
200.
I know you're on the draw.
Yeah, it
I'm
would
worried
have
about him.
done the same thing because even if you call there, when the next card comes, I'm
No,
going
if
all
I
in.
call, I don't run it twice.
Next card without a heart, I'm going all in, and you're calling.
It was not. I knew you were drawing like hearts.
Ooh, a couple of kings now for John.
Yeah.
No, not on the one by me.
650 is the raise on the button. No,
Oh,
850.
butterpair, yeah.
Hmm,
Come back.
Queen 9-3.
Queen 9-3.
quite large.
I need a pop draw for show.
I just wanted to put out maybe 1K. I haven't done that in a while.
Knit game is on. He has the knit button. Does make some sense. Maybe go a little bit bigger with all of your hands. But he's not going to make anything more than what's out there.
All my losers.
But gets rid of the knit button nonetheless.
Aces, kings, 200.
Or did he even have one? No, he did, right?
Yeah.
Thanks, sir. Thanks, sir.
200.
All right, got another dealer coming in. Great job there, Sal. There's a look at our player play styles. Doc Hollywood has not moved from that top right corner.
He's
Loose
locked
aggressive. Locked in at almost 70% VPIP. John H. right there with him, though. We mentioned seat 8 and 9. Very active tonight.
He knows what I'm going to have.
Danny Chen right there, kind of close to that middle area where a lot of folks say your game needs to be.
Zach, solid knit. Super knit.
Scott
Ultra
and
knit.
Zach, ultra notorious, the knits.
And Zfish all alone up there, the calling station of the table.
Second best. Well, not down that much.
Well, calling station or not, things have been going well for him. He's got a heap of chips.
So many 3 10s. That's it.
Oh, good start.
Oh my God, look at Scott's hand.
Don't worry, I got the no ace coming, Scott.
Where's the heart? Where's the
No
heart?
ace coming, Scott.
All right, so dealer change, PLO flip
Diamonds.
How about
See that many
double
diamonds?
suited?
going on behind the scenes there.
And I believe that is the top of the head of Little K-Cup. Mr. Kevin in the box.
That's me.
Oh, put a queen, put a queen.
Oh, damn it, I have all the pairs.
Now, one more night.
Set of aces.
One more night, baby.
Versus a set of nines. And wow, set of aces. There's literally no straights or flushes available. So the set of aces is the super nuts.
Set of sixes. Look at this. Look at the flop. Look at the flop.
That's going to go to our man Scott there.
I can't beat this. I can't fill up either. Literally, yeah. Wow.
I need an 8, a spade.
Damn. Scott,
Oh, sorry.
staying true to himself, doubling up with aces.
200. One of them went.
As you should.
No, Doc owes me 200.
Oh, I thought I was winning for sure.
Next time.
I had spades.
I like my hand until it's opposite. I have every pair in a set.
So Assassin's still our biggest loser here, down 17K. Doc stuck 2 buy-ins for 10K. And John, who did get a little bit of momentum back after going down 15, is still in the hole a good amount there with Spooky, both down 6,300. Scott and Zach sort of hanging out in the middle of the pack, up and down a little over 1,000.
Crush my dreams.
You called me, I was like, what is
Big
there?
disparities here, though, between the top winners and the top losers.
Yeah, JD does have his stack up to about 24K as well, so we still could have some 40K, 50K pots, if not more. The cards cooperate, could have some big fireworks.
Rebel asking about 40 minutes left on the stream. No, as of right now, we've got an hour and a half left in the stream. Mr. RJ Dupree will be joining us here in about 30 minutes. I will be taking my leave to go consume my weekly allotment of Taco Bell, and you guys are going to hang out with Eric and
Heck
RJ
yeah.
for the rest of the night. When you go on a heater, Eric, and you start racking up a whole bunch of chips, do you color up or do you sort of maintain just what you win for as long as possible? Just sort of start building castles.
It's got to be pretty obnoxious in order for me to start coloring up. I like the towers, the piles.
Okay.
It's only when it makes me feel awkward as far as like reaching my cards or chips, you know, super bulky, you know, super wide, and I haven't had one of those sessions to worry about it in a minute. But yeah, I don't like just having, you know, big chips. I like having a mass.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm usually pretty prone to coloring up, and I mean, obviously I'll hold on to a reasonable amount of chips, but as soon as it starts getting to where I have, you know, more than just your sort of standard triangle of 30 deep,
Yeah,
it's time to get rid of them.
Tony Ferguson, man, hitting you with the shade.
It's cool, man. It's cool. You guys have fun. Zfish here getting some value. Wins a nice little pot with the pair of aces. And Rebel, no, it's a 5-hour stream, so we got started a little bit late, but still going to run until just about 11 p.m. Central Time.
I don't get credit for this on
On the flip, no. Unfortunately,
How do I got 1, 2, 3?
Brandon, where are you watching from tonight, man? I saw you check in earlier in the stream. Maybe you had a hot date or something. Here you are coming back in.
I'm in trouble. You might even favor.
Let us know, folks, where you are watching from. Of course, I mentioned earlier I'm doing the stream from Houston this week as I'm on work travel. RJ will be coming into the Dallas booth here shortly. And, of course, Aaron McAvoy, as always, chiming in from Austin, Texas, down there at TCH Social. Let us know where you're watching the stream from tonight. Happy stacking if you're out there playing the pokers.
Yeah.
Bunch of ugly hands, too. Mine was ugly, too, but.
Oh, no.
That easy?
Oh, no.
Dang, no resistance?
That's right.
No resistance for Spook Man. Gets rid of that knit button.
Scott, no resistance?
Resistance for what?
Oh, it was his
Oh, you were, but you don't have your...
Auburn, Alabama. The SMU Pony Golf Boys taking on the War Eagle. Can't believe I'm saying it as a horned frog, but go Shmew.
What's that?
Good luck, ponies.
Mew.
Good luck, ponies. Pony
I'll
up.
help him in a minute. Don't you worry.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm gonna help him stack him right over here. Look out for my
He's not
friend.
used to stack like that.
God.
You take
Hey,
care.
I don't want to have to carry one of those kids. We'll help him out.
Yeah.
Dallas Stars, I don't want to jinx them, up 3-1.
For once in your
4
life,
minutes left. They got a hat trick from an unsung hero tonight.
You need seeds.
Love seeing it. Go Stars, go.
Wow. Wow. If you keep folding, bro, nothing's happening.
Yeah, okay.
you can't have aces every
Yeah, exactly.
These guys love needling each other. Raise to 350 and a call. Heads up, we go to a flop. Neither player connects, so Doc with the betting lead should have the easiest line on a win. But he will check it back. Delayed C-bet on the turn, and he'll show the king 10 high, get rid of his knit button.
Only bluffing fool. The one and only.
Well done, Jedi. Jedi says he scooped his first 1K pot on Hijack app. Reminder, folks, you see there on the table the Hijack Poker logo. That is the online poker app that TCH has created. Got to be in Texas to play on it, but really easy to put money on it or withdraw money. You just go into the club and either add money to your account or take money off of it. No fees. Pretty awesome. But a lot of cool games, a lot of free roll tournaments, different stakes, super low stakes, mid stakes, high stakes, anything you want. Check it out. Hijack Poker.
You gotta buy in. You can't flip them. I'm like, what? He's like, you can't flip. You have to cover me. I'm like, it's one. not a big difference. It's 15K. The whole time I have like 35K in chips like behind me that I've forgotten about. So I had them more than covered. It should have really been like a 280 flip. But
Oh, you had chips behind?
I had chips behind me. And I had 35,000.
Yeah, well, man, if it's not on the table, I don't know.
I just forgot.
Yeah, okay.
Before they added
And he
it.
asked me to buy.
He asked for him to buy more chips to
Buy
cover.
chips.
And then they were just like, let's just do it.
I gypped myself off.
But if he would have known they were behind him,
I see.
yeah, cover, and then they do the flip for the full amount.
No resistance?
It was still like a super fucking.
Yeah.
No resistance.
Anyone will take it anytime, man.
And so it was really like 14K difference, I think, total. Because he covered you by 14. 15. So it wouldn't have been the full 35 anyway. But still.
It was big enough as is. You didn't need to add the other 15, I'll be honest.
Dang.
You didn't need that anymore. You probably need to take off about 50.
Yeah, that's
about
true.
100. Yeah, you probably just need to take off about 100.
Hopefully this is not a recurring habit.
No, I mean, it was all cool.
He just won like 100
You were pissed.
something.
You were super pissed.
To win it was to win it.
But also he was down to like dust in the game at one point.
Yeah, that's a hell of a swing.
It's like
last
he
20 minutes.
he
right?
literally walks out. I'm sitting at a $1, $2 table out there just waiting. And he's like, my kings just got cracked. I'm down like
Aces
80.
got cracked.
Hey, walks back out
Jack
another
gets
20
cracked.
minutes. I'm just like fucking sitting there miserable the whole damn time.
Some big hands here. Suited queen, jack, king 10, ace, queen now for Scott.
No rip this time.
I like this spot way better for a rip than I do the other one, but
Yeah, at least a big bet. Narrow the field.
two clubs on the flop. Doc and JD both with a flush draw. Second nut versus third nut flush. A club would be disastrous for Doc. But the jack from space comes down and improves him to the best hand. And now JD goes from a big favorite to now needing to improve. Going to a river. SPR just a smidge over 2. A lot easier to navigate these spots. Half pot and all in.
JD eyeing the bet and the stack Doc has remaining.
JD in position. Can take one off. Always has the overcard as backup, but hits none of it. And we'll see how Doc navigates the river. Another small-ish bet, perhaps? Indeed it is. JD will lament his misfortunes. Take one more peek at the king 10. And yield.
Release and yield. Yield to the brother in seat 9, who's still getting worked on over there by licensed massage therapist.
Who's left? Me and Dawson? That's it? No.
All right, still 18K apiece between Danny and Zfish, but Zfish has closed the gap just a little bit. JD and Zach also up a little bit, but man, it's Assassin who's really just been kind of sitting over there card dead, hasn't been able to play. Started off hot too, was like the big winner in the first orbit, up like 3K in the first 4 hands or something. Look, had all the trappings of just like, this is going to be his night. And then it just all went south, and he's lost 2 Nick games in a row and is now down to heads up again in the Nick game.
Against Scott.
He just keeps looking at these rags. He's going to get after it this time, though. He's just tired of folding, and honestly, I don't blame him. And at some point, right, he's kind of just got to take the bull by the horns and try to power something through, or just resign himself to losing the Nick game once again.
Let's just let him do it, I guess.
John says, let's just let them do it. They're going to get after each other. 10 high flop would be the nastiness.
Ooh, there's the king for John. And there's really nothing here for Scott, just a couple of back doors. So if Assassin leans onto it pretty heavily, he could just get it through. Oh, he overbets the flop. My goodness. Okay. Yeah, he gets it through for sure.
I'll do it too. I bet that feels good. Getting it too.
Assassin's like, nothing feels good tonight. I'm getting wrecked.
Nothing about that felt good.
So you do 4-1 and 4 the next one. So keep that one separate.
Zach will win this one. I'll win the next.
Yeah.
Well, I can do everything we can to keep them all.
Never folded till the end. We got it.
Yeah, for sure.
Not that time to
This extra quarter over there on the table.
You win or lose?
Yeah, just 2 more.
I would have
No, we're kidding.
We're messing.
I'm just messing with you.
I mean, I'll go with it.
All right, $400 splash pot.
I was just thinking for the last
Yeah,
time.
corner in the middle, and you straddle business.
Ace Queen making another appearance for Assassin. He wanted to go after that $400 that was splashed by Scott, who just lost the Nick game. JD, though, going to 3-bet him with the Ace-Jack of diamonds. Doc sticking true to that V-pip. He's going to make the call with the 5-deuce of hearts. So 3 ways to a flop. 2,400 already in the middle. And it's an ace-high board.
Yeah, shaping up nicely here for Assassin. Whole lot of squadouche for Doc.
Assassin
And really,
checks.
Yeah, pretty good looking board here for the Ace-Jack of diamonds, but you know, it's one of those things where Assassin checking, right? It's a little questionable, perhaps. Or was Assassin, did he just call from the straddle, or did he raise?
He raised and then got 3-bet by JD.
I see. Okay, sorry, I missed that part. Got distracted. So, yeah, this is JD's board. That's 1/3.
Have a tea, please, Chris?
And here's the check raise.
I'm good.
What's that? I'm sorry. Yeah.
2,200 with 8K behind. JD is sort of handcuffed to a call here, but it's a little bit uncomfortable as this pot is going to be quite large with top pair third kicker, but the backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight opportunities as well. And probably be a little bit too much for JD to really contemplate folding. And wow, what a turn card. The 10 of diamonds. Now diamond draw and a gut shot for JD, and he's only a 2-to-1 dog against this ace queen. Just about 7,000 in the middle. I mean, if Assassin wants to just play for it all here, right? I mean, in fact, he may not even have 8,000. It looks to me like he's working with more like 5,000. Maybe 5,500 or something.
Whoa. Slows it down.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. before, JD just like bet 1/5 pot and was like, what are you going to do? This time I'm not so sure. Might just take your river card for free, right? If Assassin really does just have 5,000 over there.
And he does.
Just take your free river card.
Oh.
And are you kidding me? He gets there with the flush and the straight. Got the infamous flush straight. And Assassin is looking at this board and he's like, dude, my hand was so good.
Yeah, and if you weren't behind to ace 8, ace 7, you could now be behind ace 10, ace 9, ace jack, ace 6, diamonds. I mean, it's just horrible run out for your holding.
And the problem with checking the turn, too, is that you're very capped.
Yes.
I mean, like, I don't know too many people who are check raising with, like, Jack 9 there, hitting it, and then slowing down with a check. Or even, like, pocket 8s or something, right? Check raise your set, and then...
Oh, wow. Says I put you on ace jack and you got there.
Well, if that's the case and he believes his read, he can get away from this and preserve his remaining stack. Doesn't love it and just does let it go, though. And yeah, the run bad continues here for Assassin. Things just keep getting worse and worse. Beautiful spots turn into nightmares.
Yeah. You don't play the last flash button or no? No. Jesus.
Oh, that is going to do it for Assassin. Looks like just not going to be his night tonight, and he is going to cut his losses with looks like about an hour to go. So hopefully we had a little reserve, somebody waiting in line to jump in here. We should see if we can get that seat 2 filled here shortly.
Yeah, tough running here tonight, Assassin. Sorry to see you go, but understand sometimes when you're just running like that and can't seem to get anything going, best thing to do is to pull the cord. So hope to see you back in the future. We'll look forward to seeing you win next time around.
Oh, yeah. I was like, if JD had a bluff there, please don't show.
How much showed him the nuts is like going out?
I was like, please.
How much they showed him the nuts just to get
Nothing you would have done to call it. Nothing would have made it worse.
I think it might have blown him up more because he was like.
Because I had ace jack and diamonds. So he would have been like, ace jack and diamonds and all that.
We've all been there.
Yeah.
I had the straight and the flush. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he would have been. And the flush.
Super nuts.
I thought Kevin was in trouble.
Well, thanks for coming on, Assassin. GG's, and you're always welcome. Hopefully you run a little better next time, but, you know, just like disciplined poker has to do sometimes when it's not your night. Pack up and come back and give it hell another night.
Damn right.
You damn Skippy.
Jedi Master Ted, you're absolutely right, man. I mean, sometimes you just get smoked, and you just gotta
walk off into the fluorescent luminescence. Big words.
Cut your
Big
loss.
words.
All right, Doc here is going to call. So this is open 3-bet and call from Doc. Out of position, ace 9, and he does flop favorably. Zach here, 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush.
Oh, man.
And the betting lead. Has to know that when his opponent raises and calls that, yes, this is still his board, but his opponent is going to have some number of ace-x and some Broadway combos that will continue. So he's going to size it up a little bit. Goes for half pot just to sort of apply maximum pressure. Hope that something like Queen Jack doesn't want to float for half pot. But Doc, of course, going nowhere with the top pair. And SPR now at 1 for both players. And a jack on the turn, giving Zach a gut shot to Broadway now.
I don't even know if this kicker beats a jack, to be honest.
Zach is going to go for it, puts all the chips across the line, and now back over to Doc. How does he feel about this top pair 9 kicking?
Yeah, no other draws, just top pair 9 kicking. Not this time, he says.
And Zach can't help himself. He's got to show the 9, excuse me, the Queen 5. And Doc is going to be like, oh, come on, man.
I liked the little almost hesitation, and then he was like, no, I have to show this. I have to.
Yeah.
Well done, Zach. Well done. That's going to put Zach up 4K. So pretty good night for Zach as well.
Bad move on my end.
Good turn. Very good turn.
Not sure if we're going to get a player for the last hour or not, but I know they are working on it currently, so stay tuned. We'll let you know. 8-handed's just as fun sometimes.
Oh, I see.
You can't just have
Just for the show, just for the show.
It's Scoozy. That's what I do. Miss Scoozy. Man,
All right, a bunch of fun suited hands here.
Yeah, pretty ones.
Double tilt announced from the doctor.
Double tilt min click raise.
Every time.
Okay, like it's kind of ridiculous, but like stuff like saying like bitch to the dealer, you know, it's just like come on.
I know. And dude, not only you come late, you start stacking people. No, you have no shame.
Show up buying for 14K, let's go.
Shame on you.
5K hour is the worst hour.
That's your hourly.
I usually sit down.
Top pair 6 kicking here for John is the best hand. Danny with the 3 kicking. He's going to stick around.
I guess, yeah, that's a good strategy, you know.
And wow, the king of diamonds on the turn. Doc picks up that diamond flush equity.
Because it motivates me, you know. I'm like, okay, now we're playing, you know. But I dust it off most of the time.
I mean, it's only, especially with shot.
Yeah.
Bets 1,000. And man, 2 flush draws out there. Danny says, all right, I'm game. As does John. Still 3 players going to a river. The deuce of clubs brings in the front door flush, of which no one has a piece of. And Doc repped a flush earlier with absolutely nothing and exactly this hand, 10-9. He's not going to do it again. And we are going to ship the pot to the man with the 6 kicker. The 6 kicker.
If you hear the player say you have an ace, it just makes you think there's no way I'm good here, but you are indeed 6 kicking for John H. Nice hand, sir.
Let's go. That's a big pot for ace 6 high. Or pair aces 6 kicking. Oh, wow.
Look at
Wicked.
that. John is now almost getting closer to even now, just down 2K after being down or in for 15K. Was he down the full 15? He was, wasn't he?
John was at one point down 14,500 because he was sort of adding on and rebuying for sort of modest amounts. So yeah, I believe his low water mark was 14.5.
There you go. Got almost all of it back. Looky there. And I think Mr. RJ Duprizzle may be hanging around.
I see him lurking about.
I think I'm here, boys.
What is up, good sir?
What is up?
Howdy, howdy, RJ. Well, perfect timing to come in. You've got an ace, king, ace, queen right in your face here. Let's go.
Let's do it. I'm holding down the fort here in Dallas for you guys.
Appreciate
Excellent. Well, we're taking over all the cities here in Austin. We got Dallas, Austin, and Houston all represented here tonight.
Very nice.
The ace-king for Scott here is still best. He will continue for 400, and Doc will come along. Battle of the big aces going to the turn, and wow, there's a queen for Doc Hollywood.
All you got to do is spike your queen and your gold.
Jack on the river. No improvement for Scott, and Doc is going to try to milk him for 400 here.
No, I can't do anything either. It's like, no, I don't have to hide you. It just sounded like you actually had something. Yeah, no, I was going to the house with it.
And Scott, I think, just might pay it off. I think he knows better, but for 400, it's like in 1-2 when someone bets like $4 on the river or something. You know, you're like, what? It doesn't matter if you like always have me beat. Wait, ace 7 even, not even ace queen. Well, we had a misread there, but it was still for value with the third pair. My goodness.
My goodness, indeed.
All right. Well, that's an interesting development. Betting the third pair in position for 400. So that was
value town.
Like 20% pot, not quite. And gets paid by ace king. Wow, Doc. Savage.
You see the overhead view of the table right now. You could probably guess who is our leader. That mound of chips in the seat 4. Zfish is now the big chip leader at the table. Not only in total chips, but the key is the profit. And he is up close to 18K for the evening. Heck of a night.
Yeah, a lot of chips around that corner there in the 3, 4, and 5 seat. JD and Danny doing well.
Yes, big time.
Yeah, it was a pretty interesting dynamic. So Assassin was in the 2 seat, and he'd started off hot, and then things just rapidly went downhill. And all of the players around him are the biggest winners in the game, and he was the biggest loser. So it was it was a challenging spot for him, and he did call it a night not too long ago.
He was assassinated.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. Doc here, top and bottom pair with the 7-3, or maybe he had something else, who knows, but he's going to win the pot nonetheless. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and step out of the way, let you two fine gentlemen carry the show for the rest of the night. I want to wish everybody out there in the online streets a Merry Christmas, and to all a good night. Mostly just thanks for tuning in, and I look forward to seeing you guys next week.
All right, we'll see you around Christmas time, Aaron.
Take it sleazy, buddy. Happy Kwanzaa. Be good.
All right, sounds good, you guys. All right, everybody, take care. Good night.
Good night,
I'll see you
buddy.
next time.
All right, well, how's the booth, man? You feeling a little lonely there in the booth?
That's right, yeah. It's when we're all spread out, we have the Texas cities covered, and it's a little lonely in the Dallas booth. I'm here by myself.
We do. I don't know if you just saw that. If you guys want to rewind and see the sexy legs of Danny Chin as they walked up to the table. Danny.
Oof.
Oof.
That's a good way to hit the pause button right there.
Right? Oof. Somebody cool me down. Danny Chin with the 4-inch shorts.
Good card here for Scott. Let's see if he might throw a little something in there, and he does. Eight's our best. No resistance from either ace behind him. He'll take it down.
All right, all right. Well, reminder that tomorrow, the 14th, down here in Houston, where I'm currently spending some time on a separate work trip, the Texas Card House in Houston proper over off Westheimer is having the Poker Atlas Tour start tomorrow. Starts on the 14th and goes through the 26th. I believe there's 15 or 16 events. They may have added another one. So if you're in and around the Houston area or wanting to play in some tournament poker, of course, they'll have cash games galore at that location. But come on down to Houston, Texas Card House off Westheimer for the Poker Atlas Tour starting tomorrow.
Poker Atlas, friends of Texas Card House for a few years now, and those events are pretty amazing. If you get a chance to go check those out, you definitely don't want to miss it.
Mentioned earlier, I may go poke around over there on Friday. See what's going on at TCH Houston.
Now, have you been in that room yet?
I have. Yeah, I have been in that room before. The only one I've yet to visit is TCH Social in Austin, and I need to get my booty over there. I went to the old Austin location, and then a few months later, they opened this new one, and I just haven't been down there yet. But yeah, it's a good looking club.
Doc Hollywood binks this 8 on the turn. He will now take the equity advantage from Zach. Zach still has a pair and a gut shot. No help, jack of clubs on the river. Doc's going to be best if we go to showdown.
I got a 6. Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, it's still Houston, Doug. So it's still a little wild down there, but it's in a pretty good shopping center, pretty good area, all things considered. A lot better than some of those other clubs that had some issues in the Houston area over the last years. But yeah, great safe location for TCH off Westheimer. Of course, the spring location is up off of 45 on the north side, but Poker Atlas Tour is going on in the Houston location off Westheimer.
Maybe like 55 minutes.
And I hear that the PLO games down there are indeed still
next hand, I guess?
wheels a-blazing.
I apologize, Jedi. But if you use your hand and cover up the top of the screen, you just see the legs.
Oh, dear.
You'll never know.
What the hell is going on? The Thunder lose? What the hell is going on? No disrespect.
I don't want to hear it, Zach.
Talking about your Oklahoma Thunder. Well, I'm happy as a lark because the Dallas Stars won again, as did the Texas Rangers, beating up on those sad little Colorado Rockies who are on pace to lose 130 games this year, RJ.
Yeah, I actually tweeted the Colorado Rockies and told them I would manage their big league club for half of what they were paying the last guy. And
how about a quarter of it, and I'll be your assistant.
That's right. I mean, we're liable to still suck, but, you know, get some guys better.
Keep going. That's on them. That's on them.
Okay. You got to pee? That's your fault.
Yeah.
Eat bladder.
You know, that's why there's empty cups.
You get your depends, man.
Third man walking.
Oh, tacos.
Oh, looks like at least 2.
Stop. Oh, I didn't know we were playing.
There are 3 up.
We are, sir. No nicking yet, but.
Zach, Scott.
Wow.
And somebody didn't turn off their microphone. Let's just hope they wash their hands, you filthy animals. Doc looking to get dirty, though. He got the aces.
Here we go. Doc's going to 3-bet it up. We're playing for 375. He's heads up with Zfish. A 4 and a 5 of spades. Zfish going to flop a flush draw here against Doc Hollywood's aces.
See if Kevin could give us a 3 of hearts on the turn just for a little extra sweat. Zfish known to get after it, though. He might go for it right here.
Come on. My shit ain't running good for nothing.
Looks like he is reaching for more as Doc let out here for 400. Zfish does indeed say, not enough. Let's play for 900. Zfish raises it up here. Top set now on the turn for Doc. Big card for Hollywood. Already 2,700 in this pot.
Doc checks it, though. Does
Yeah,
Zfish want to take a free card, RJ?
Yeah, ace of clubs not a fun hand for your holdings here if you're Zfish. May slow him down a bit, and it does.
Ooh. Doc not going to love that card.
A 4-liner to Broadway out there. Doc's going to pump it up anyway.
Shoot the 3. Nice hand, nice hand. Stay on the outside. Are you running it?
Nice hand there for Doc. Yeah, so the Westheimer location is in between Fountain View and Hillcroft, just south of the greater uptown area of Houston.
Uptown Houston.
Yeah, I'm staying way north, though. I'm up in the Woodlands area, Shenandoah, actually. So it's still a little bit of a hike for me to get down there to that location, about 37 miles, but might have to go check her out on Friday before we head back to the Big D.
Well, in Houston time, that's only like 2.5 hours.
Exactly.
Great to see K-Cup breaking out these knit buttons.
Yeah, currently I can get that 37 miles in 42 minutes, RJ. But,
there we go. That's not too bad.
Around 3 p.m., that is about a 2-hour drive. So very time dependent down here in Houston.
And the knit buttons are out. The game is on. Still nearly an hour left tonight.
Usually we did like the number of players, but like
stream coming at you from Texas Card House Dallas.
Somebody has to lose.
Somebody has to lose. So the way I've done it that way in another game, it was just however many players plus 2. So like normally it's 10 if you're for full, or 11.
D2 over.
But like here we do like.
And a lot of low to middling connectors here, but JD's going to wake up with ace, king of spades in the straddle.
I bet it's Jim Adler time. Time
and
to drop the hammer.
A lot of dead money out there.
Drop that Texas hammer on him, JD.
1150 now. The hammer is brought. And he gets the bird from Zfish and Scott.
The double bird. Doc's VPIP tonight, RJ, is about 70%.
He's seeing some flops, huh? Well, he's going to see this one. 10-7 offsuit.
Heard some Canadian named Negreanu likes this hand. Let me give it a go. The old 10-7 offsuit variety, though.
Jack deuce 3, no help to the 10-7. And you see there on the graphics that Zach folded the 4-5, but might have had a little bit of a shot.
Speaking of graphics, it's getting itself right here. There we go. Jack 3 deuce, full rainbow.
Well, I'm kind of the opposite of Doc. When I'm getting a massage, I don't see many flops, but he is hanging around. He wants to even see a turn here with 10 high. 10 of clubs on the turn.
How did he know? Let me float you with a 10-7 and just bink a 10.
It is not no float Friday up in here. Big game Tuesday.
When? Next week? France. Yeah, I
A
go
couple
there
players had their
almost
floaties on tonight
almost every
in
summer.
binking.
This time I'm going 6 weeks. Where? To France? Yeah, Nice.
JD's got some cards that would help him out, though. Let's see if they come.
6 of hearts. No help for JD. The 10's going to be best.
I always try to
4,500 out there. Doc's probably got check call clicked here. He does check it. JD checks it. We go to showdown. Nice pot for Doc.
And JD's going, what just happened there on that pre-flop and flop? When
That's how you get nit buttoned.
When I raised big and then bet again on flop. What is going on here? Doc's like, man, I got the touch of luck. Rubbing my shoulders. I just felt it coming. Bink.
Got the touch of luck, trying to get rid of this nip button.
Oh, yeah.
And I just happened to pick up a $4,500 pot while doing it.
With the floated 10-7 on a jack high flop.
But like usually, like there was 2 or 3 that had to pitch. So, like,
Yeah. But yeah, I've always seen it like
maybe extra's better, maybe. But yeah. Extra's
Spooky currently in the basement for what we have at the table right now.
Uh-oh, we got some fireworks coming here.
He is not accustomed to that. But off to this hand, Mr. Scott's got the Cowboys.
Danny opening it up with a nice suited ace. Scott 3-betting. And Spooky's like, wait a minute. I got pocket jacks and 3,900 behind.
3,900 behind. Scott has 3-bet, and Scott's 3-bet range
most of them were like 3 or
is pretty dangerous for Spooky.
Indeed it is. And I think that's why he chooses just a flat there.
He does go with just a flat. He wants to see a flop. See if we can get a...
Yeah, Scott has not gotten out of line really at all tonight. He did put in a huge jam with a nit button game heads up earlier with ace queen. He put 3,300, I think it was, RJ, into a pot of 300.
All right, so he's 3-bet for 450, and he's getting quite a bit of company here.
Woo! Ace is drawn pretty thin.
5 ways to this flop. 3-bet pot, 5 ways. Let's go. King, deuce, 3, top set for Scott. Hello.
Now let's see how aggressive he plays this.
Ace 4 of spades for Danny. Yeah, it's always fun to flop top set against 4 opponents. Still got to throw a little something out there to see if you can thin the crowd a bit. But man, you want to find a customer.
Danny could peel here. Going to be hard to hit one of those 5s, though, he's looking for. Or an ace.
1,400. The bet from Scott.
Danny knew just how thin he's running right now against that particular holding of Scott.
Look at Spooky. He knew something was up, and he's like, ooh. He's like, I'm glad I did not mess with those jacks.
Ace did hit on the river, but that would be no good.
No bueno.
Top set on the flop would have held.
I got to see one of our Finnish poker players out in the poker room.
Finnish from Finland?
From Finland. That's right. We get poker players here at Texas Card House from all around the world. And I asked him if he happened to see the Finnish hat trick tonight for the Dallas Stars. And he said, yes, I did. That's the second one of the playoffs.
Is he from Helsinki? That's the only place in Finland I know.
Yeah, you're ahead of me.
Yeah, the hat trick from the unsung hero. Not a big name, but
Yeah.
from the Dallas Stars. Hats were thrown on the ice tonight as we spanked them Winnipeg Jets. I don't even know where Winnipeg is. I know it's in Canada, but I don't know that that's really a travel destination.
I feel
Up
like
in
it's
Canada.
Manitoba. I feel like that. Manitoba? I'm not sure. All right, Scott limping with pocket threes, and Doc Hollywood's got big slick here, so he's going to bump it up 325. Zach with ace queen right behind him.
Zach already put in some pretty big 3 bets, 4 bets, and jams tonight.
Yeah, and Doc's been seeing a lot of flops, so ace queen definitely worthy of an open over someone that's quite frequently in the pot. Zach will 3-bet, 1,200 to go.
And here we go, 4-bet time coming in for Doc.
4 micheladas, 3,600 now.
I was like for sure going to squeeze in and call, but I was like,
good luck, buddy.
No, I
Good saying, good luck. Go for it. I'm full of shit. Don't worry about me, I'm full of shit. I'm like, good luck for you. Yeah. I don't talk now.
Inventory time for Zach.
Yeah, this 4-bet from Doc, 3,600. That's going to be nearly half of Zach's stack.
I'm ahead. I'm like, Scott will protect me. Protect me, Scott.
I got you covered.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. I was trying to suck out on you, I'll be honest, but
Scott big betting me is pretty scary.
I was trying to crack someone's ass. That's what I was trying to do.
How bad was it?
Only if their dad finishes elsewhere, Jedi.
No, but
See what I did there, RJ?
I did. Zach in the tank here just a bit with this ace queen. Doc Hollywood, a nice 4-bet here. Bring it or not.
I think you got me this time.
Doesn't matter what I.
We might be flipping here.
I'm coming after you.
We might be flipping here.
That is all you can hope for right now.
Yeah. Smells like ace king. Looks like ace king.
Sniffing it out properly. Always fun to see if
Toucan Sam.
Can you do this all night?
That sniffer is on point.
he's leaned every direction possible here.
Just thinking I got elimination to queens here.
Yeah.
Is he really doing this with jacks? Probably not. So I'm putting him on ace king.
Typical attack, you know?
Yep. Zach,
We said it.
Doc's in the muck.
What is it? Not a real hand. I don't know, but
Like
Nice
a
hand.
boss, doesn't show him squat.
the move is always
If you're wanting to play on this here live stream in Dallas, Texas, there's the link right there that just showed up in the chat. Click on that, fill out that form, or you can contact the lovely Miss Mallory at Mallory Poker on Instagram.
Actually,
Let her know you're interested in playing on our stream, and she'll probably ask you a few questions about what stakes you want to play and a little about yourself. But that's how you get on this Tuesday night stream here in Dallas, Texas.
I know I'm in bad shape.
You can do the same. If you scroll back through the chat, you'll see those links for all the other clubs. We live stream from Austin, Houston, and of course the Rio Grande Valley. Shout out to those guys. They've had some technical issues recently. Cameras weren't really working properly, and I'm hearing they should be up and running tomorrow and have a couple of streams this week. So good luck.
That's what I was thinking in my head. I was like, he probably has kings, but like I'm gonna get them.
RGV.
I mean,
Oh.
It's not about where you start, Jedi. It's all about where you finish.
Two gene mutations.
Ba-dum-dum.
No baton.
Look at these rags we're rocking with.
Save me. Save me. Save me a lot of money. I don't think
Somehow King Deuce feels like the nuts. It's not the nuts.
I can't believe it. What a hand.
Zach's going to flop the best of it. No, 8 deuce is in
The
here.
8
Doc.
deuce.
Doc's got the best of
Oh,
it.
dude.
Rags everywhere.
Oh, Doc turned over his hand already. Oh, my goodness.
He sure did, and I'm pretty positive it was visible by Zach.
Now, let's see if Zach remembers that Doc does not have a spade.
Well, if he saw 8 deuce and he saw red deuce,
He should know.
You could figure out the riddle there.
Oh my God.
Oh, and he gets Doc to fold.
Oh my God.
That's awesome. He gets Doc to fold the better hand.
So apparently he did recognize that he had the only spade in the hand, throws a bet out there, and takes it down.
Man, Doc, you were so close to getting him so tilted. I'll tell that.
So close.
Alright, you saved him.
Well done there, Zach.
You could have made some hero calls.
Yeah,
Where he tries to move you off of it.
No, and then I have to jam the river.
Oh, half the table in the green. Half the table in the red. Still have about 35, 40 minutes to go.
Beautiful. It's a good combo for him to battle it out here at the end.
That's right. We're through 89 hands. Tonight, we're normally through about 100 at this point.
If the reader showed that you had a bluff on that hand, I'm not going to believe that it's true.
Couple of 9s here for Scott. He's going to raise it up. Or actually, he's just going to make the call from the 3-bet from Doc.
Like, see, I got this bullshit.
Everybody's got a pair. Doc has the best.
Thank God you didn't make it a bit too clear on the turn or something.
You would have had
You
to
just have to put the hero cape on. I would have had to run it
20 times.
I would have had to jam the river if you called the turn.
The 4 deuce is coming out swinging here. Small bet, though, 225. Doc picks up on that, makes the call. And how about 2 pair for Doc Hollywood? And unless there is a card read, Spooky is contemplating the heroest of hero calls with just a 4.
I concur.
That's what I'm hoping for.
Man, he cannot lose the flop, man. He cannot lose the flop anymore. Dang, Doc on fire. Man.
I'll take a T.
What's going on, handsome Andy? How you doing, my friend? Heard the players saying this last hour they feel like it's going to be a good one. Still got the knit game going. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 knit buttons still out there.
Wow, you won a lot, huh, Max?
Oh, I hear the Max man. Are we maybe going to get another player? Shout out to Max, though, either way. One of our favorites. Max does have about the deepest voice you will ever hear, and you would never think it's coming from him.
Red Kings out again, this time for Zfish and on the button. Facing a bunch of limpers, what to do with Kings. He's going to make it about 1,000 to go.
And why not, Doc?
Doc's keeping that V-pip rocking. He wants to see a flop with 4 or 5 of clubs. He not only does he want to see a flop, he wants to 3-bet.
Let me 3-bet you with 5 high.
2,500 to go here. Let's see what Zfish thinks of this scenario.
Zfish is the one Frenchman I don't think that'll wave a white flag, RJ. That's right. Whoa. Are you shiting me?
Zfish going to do it. He's ripped.
Doc says I'm not going to respect myself in the morning.
Doc.
What is going on here, folks? 20K
Came here to gamble.
20K pot here. 5-4 versus Kings, and they are going one time, ladies and gentlemen.
One time, Max Payne, old school poker. There is a
4.
10.
And it's a 10, no help. Kings are actually going to make Broadway here. Big 20K pot for Zfish.
Absolute nuts for Zfish, who is just crushing it tonight. Who is now outshining DJ and Danny to his left, who was our big-time winner for the first, really, 3.5 hours. But now Zfish is up $26,000.
Woo! 20K pot there for Zfish. Doc Hollywood rocking his gambling boots tonight.
Said he would not respect himself in the morning if he didn't throw 9,900 out there with 5 high. Goodness gracious.
Who said poker's dead? We gambling.
Woo!
Hello, handsome Andy in the chat.
Jedi, you don't mean that. You giggled. You even peed yourself a little bit. Just admit it.
You think Jedi laughs at your bad jokes?
Oh, I do. I do. And it's okay. Incontinence is a real thing. If he piddled a little bit, we'll forgive him. That whole shake it more than once thing only applies to young bucks. Us old men, you know, well, we'll leave that there.
I'm old enough now to call it a kickstart.
Well, and if you're going to call for 9,900 with the 5-4, you got to call 250 with the Queen 9 suited. Both players landing top pair. This could be a disaster. No way we're folding for 300 here.
No way.
Top pair. Nothing to really be scared of here. I would probably put in a chunkier bet this time. Charge those King 10, 9, 10 type drawing hands, or obviously a pair of jacks or weaker queen. 900 is what Zach goes with. Quick call.
Doc not ready to go anywhere with top pair.
And he's in check call mode. I think Zach can get another street of value here.
2,900 out there. How much do you go?
I think he's probably going to go 3/4 pot or full pot. But let's see. Zach is the man. He probably knows better than I do what sizing to get paid with here.
He is very good at
half pot.
Going to value town here. I'm expecting 17, 18. No, he does go big.
Indeed. 3/4 pot.
26. 600 with a call.
Nice job, Zach. 4K in profit going Zach's way in that hand. Juicy, juicy pot there.
Yeah, juicy pot. Zach kind of needed it there. Kind of bleeding out down to almost 6K, and boom, just like that, he's right back up there. 11,440 now in his stack.
Lots of creativity.
Yeah, and you can see what that did for a difference in his night. He was staring down the barrel of being even just a few moments ago. Now he's up a little more than 6,000.
And just a cool 42K in profit between our 4 and 5 seed. No big deal. For the last hour, we are getting some fun hands.
Yeah, JD raising it up here with King Queen. John H., big slick for him. Just a call. Interesting dynamic there with Doc right behind him. So we go to a flop 5 ways. Ace King going to flop a flush draw for John. Top pair here for Scott. Hollywood's got middle pair. He'll jump out there.
Woo!
Hello,
big hand.
6 of diamonds. Spicy here on the turn.
Big hand of brewing. And the way we've seen Doc play this last orbit or so, you don't blame Scott for really not thinking about it for too long here with top pair. But he is in a world of hurt.
He did wiggle the glasses a bit there before he made that call. Like
10 of spades one time?
Perhaps.
No.
Deuce of diamonds.
No 10 of spades.
Doc's got the check mark. What to do with trips?
3,000 is the bet. And gross spot for Scott.
Yeah, Scott's on the button here. He's got 4,300 left in his stack.
And another player behind.
Flips in the call.
John's a little frustrated. Had the 2 big overcards and nut spades and just couldn't hit anything. And Doc is going to show Scott the bad news.
Bad
Indeed.
news. Queen 6 landed for Doc.
Got the big suck out there on the turn.
10K in that pot. A little over 5K in profit for Doc.
You need chips? I'm adding 5. How much? 10?
And Doc's playing hard now. He's about doubled up since he reloaded a while ago. Now he's only down 7K.
We can swap them back after if you want.
Scott's going to add 5K onto his stack as well after taking that little hit. He knows he's got plenty of time left with 30 minutes with these players to try to get back right.
Stay away. Stay away. Pay for all the whole vacation. Oh, I'm about to buy the bag, you know? No, that's what I'm talking about. How much is it gonna cost you? 9K, 10K? That's your budget?
What bag?
You know you used to buy inexpensive. Oh, sorry, we're on stream. We can't disclose.
Purse?
Yeah, but in Paris.
There we go.
Not me.
Anybody want to hear JD and Zfish talk business?
Talk about how much money they're going to spend on their ladies' bags.
So he's gonna go there first.
Don't tell the ladies.
I think he's gonna come back with
Golly.
like Spirit Airline.
Eric ruined it.
I
Didn't
got
know
a
what they were
buddy.
talking about until Eric spilled the beans.
I got a buddy that sells bags in Vegas, and he's been in the mortgage industry and just crushed it for decades, but started buying expensive bags and reselling them. And I mean, he's got to put on like these white-looking Michael Jackson gloves just to handle these bags, just
Right.
to open them up, to show them to people. And I think they ended up opening a store as well because they were kicking so much ass.
Wow.
So I'm a little envious. There's
Yeah.
money to be made as long as there's people willing to spend it.
Kind of bags you write movies about.
Yeah.
Ace queen again for Zach. Last one was a little rough. This time he appears to be in a better spot.
No, I don't. I don't.
Scott going to raise it up with the ace-9. And it looks like Zach is just going to flat here.
You guys keep playing big pots. I was just trying to get rid of my button over here.
Scott definitely has an image of not getting too out of line, so Zach playing a little cautious.
3-4-4 here. Could be a good flop for Scott being the raiser. Unless Hollywood goes to firing, and he does, he will lead out here for 400.
First to act, just bluffing into the whole field. Scott says, I am not a believer. And John H., mystery card, does let it go.
Hijack poker mystery card, mind you. Queen of hearts here on the turn. Doc does check, and Scott's going to jump out there for half pot, $800 to bet.
Going to put his bluffing shoes on.
And, yeah, the graphics say he's all in for 715. That is not correct. He did just add on 5K.
Yeah, he bet 800, I believe, was the bet.
You don't like that?
Doc floating again here. Wants to see a river. 8 of spades. No help for Doc.
Check. Oh, he's got 2 sevens.
That makes a difference. That 9 seed has thrown us a few curveballs on the card readings tonight, and is not king 7. It is 7-7. And of course, 3-4-4. That's a decent flop for 7-7.
Are you overstepping your boundary?
How rude.
What the flop check through, Doc?
Nice hand for Doc.
Yeah, it makes a lot more sense once we get to see the other black 7 there.
Yes. You're barely worse. Barely worse.
Any of it.
That is queen. You folded that? Yeah. On the flop. That was correct. Perfect flop. Right. 2 over. And Scott was he opened 3.
Yeah,
John H. waking up with Cowboys now.
Right.
Looks like reach in the stock. Yeah, stock.
In the cutoff with the Cowboys.
And imagine that. Seat 9 is going to call. Holding up his end of the bargain.
That's right. I like Doc tonight. He's
spicing it up.
Spicy. Yeah, you mentioned that he was running a VPIP of about 70-something, and I think it's higher than that since I showed up.
Yeah, he was trending right around 67, 68%. And I believe he might have cracked that 70% threshold.
Nice.
Look at these hands.
Some
Nobody
fun
coming
hands
in.
here.
Nobody coming in for a 3-bet. A lot of players could have with these holdings.
Suited canooters. King's going to flop middle set here. Ace, king, 3. No ace in the holdings here.
Yeah, rainbow flop 2. Danny looks like he wants to get after it here. Does check it though. And John's like, son of a gun. Rainbow flop, I spike a set. Nobody has an ace? Are you
Gets
kidding
that
me?
beautiful ace out there with it, and nobody has one.
Are you freaking kidding me?
Don't do it. I remember sitting my head was like, part of me is like, just do it.
The angel won on that
one. Yeah, the angel won on that one for sure. And then Danny's over here, I don't know if he's trolling or not.
Just do it, man. 6-5 suited. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it with the 6-5.
I was thinking myself,
It's gotta be the 6-5. It's gotta be the 6-5.
I almost,
If Assassin's there and calls,
It's gotta be like the
can't
6-5 of spades or something.
I'm fighting demons over here. Danny's on a troll. Screw Judy. No,
That was. No, seriously, I hate the Lopang. It's actually like, it's really
You're
bad.
just like, what the fuck? Yeah.
Man, you had aces, kings twice.
Yeah, and I fucking finally think and won with them.
All right, Spook's going to bump it up here. He's got ace queen. Makes it 125 to go.
And imagine that. Doc Hollywood makes the call with the 10-4 offsuit.
Not his favorite hand, but he'll make the call.
I think that's in chapter 3 of RJ's book on hands you should always call raises with.
Chapter 3 is very difficult.
I remember when you tried to.
Ace, king, 10. So everyone landing a piece of it here as we get a Broadway flop. Spooky obviously with the best. He is wasting no time. He's just going to rip it. He has 2780 behind, and it's in the pot.
I think you probably saw the video of Assassin.
Danny does have the backdoor flush draw to go with a gutter ball.
Oh, yeah. Can I get a, that's why I wanted it earlier. Can I get 100, please?
Yeah, I'm down a lot, so.
I understand.
Oh, you just need the 100.
Probably going to be a fold. Danny's running too good tonight.
Top 5 Dallas poker.
Top 5?
Almost 3K just to hit a gutter.
Dong is clear number.
There you go.
Yeah, good fold.
Of course that's what it is.
Spooky gets rid of his knit button by showing his cards there. How was the room looking, RJ? Pretty full tonight?
Pretty good room. A lot of energy out there. It is a hopping Tuesday night here at Texas Card House Dallas, the greatest black chip bounty tournament in all the land. 55 players, a little over $3,000 up top tonight for that. I saw that they were winding down, I think about halfway through their final table last I checked out there.
Wow, that video Rebel has been going around. Had that sent to me this morning. There is a viral video of a huge individual talking a little smack in a poker room and got just a little too close, and he effed around and found out.
He went night-night.
Yeah, that knee buckled, and so did all 450 pounds of him. The bigger they are sometimes, the harder they fall. Yeah, that was nasty.
Ace-Jack for the flop here. Nobody likes it. JD's 10s will still be best. Doc Hollywood did land bottom pair. Scott with the 9s. He may not go anywhere just yet.
Another ace. Yeah, that's got to feel good for Scott and JD.
Someone to me, I studied sports management. I want to be.
Yeah, Scott going to get one upped here. If things get crazy. 8 of spades.
Sports psychology, kinesiology, like sports law.
I see a check here. Doc's going to jump out there now. He's got king 4 with the king of spades.
Over betting the pot there, betting 1,000. There was about 900 out there.
Might find a spot to go for it, but he's going to get looked up. JD makes the call with pocket 10s. Joe Daddy. 10s are good.
Saw the hand, gave it a little smirk, said, "No, sir, that ain't gonna work." Nice hand.
He pimped that a little bit, didn't he?
He did. What'd we say time and time again, RJ? You don't make a lot of money bluffing Joe Daddy, aka Jay Diggles.
I like it like that.
You can try. Many men have tried.
I'm thinking, it's like you're cheating. I'm like a high.
It took him a long time to come up with that, though.
Yeah, pretty fun overhead view tonight as all those chips over there in the 3 and the 4. And you can see Danny holding his own with nice little stack of 1K chips in front of his stack. John been a little card dead here lately, but he's still got plenty of chips over there. He's down just a bit, so he'll be looking to get on the right side of 0 very soon here before we close up shop.
He was down almost 15K though, RJ. So Quite a run up.
Doc Hollywood with a premium here. Ace Queen. In the low jack makes it 325 to go.
Doesn't come up, just let me know, I'll tell you.
I think Doc may call. There we go.
Scott trying to spice it up here as he had to reload tonight here in the last hour, so he's trying to make something happen.
Okay,
He's seen a few flops.
Doc was the actual original raiser here. There we go.
Yep.
Gonna bet 1,000.
Z World in the chat, rooting on his homie Danny.
Dr. Chin. Putting on a clinic.
All right, Doc's going to continue here for a bet of 1,000, and guess who? JD makes the call, open-ended.
You're in the blind. You're in the blind right now. Coming up. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Hello. How about a
Hello,
straight?
straight. Open-ended gets there, but it's a little rough. He's on the bottom end of this thing. Clubs kind of come out. Hollywood does check the river here.
You know a 9's going to bet, so you might want to try to get a little value.
Feels so nitty, bro. Yeah, straight.
It does feel nitty.
Feels nitty, but checks the 4 and goes to showdown. 4 is good for a straight.
Nick,
He'll
man.
take it.
What a nick. The guy has a straight and he's checking.
The tank check.
Oh my god.
The tank check.
This will work.
JD
Tank
getting
fold,
needled.
Tank check with a nut.
He's like,
All
just
right, looks like the knit button is complete. Or the knit game, pardon me.
300 bucks out there.
Somebody has splashed that pot, 400 bucks.
No, they won't even be here.
It's so sick,
They won't
man.
even fucking be
I
here.
can't believe it. What am I doing?
Yeah, Danny Chin and Z World, two of my very favorite young guns to
Check raise my face like all fucking
chit chat with, shoot the bull around the poker rooms.
That's what I'm saying. Let him put you in the
Danny
hot
just
seat.
looks young. He's actually 57 years old.
That's right.
Oh my
Yep.
god.
He's an old soul.
I didn't see the graphic and I didn't pay attention, so let's see. Who lost that hand?
I was going to wait till the next hand to see who stuck that other 400 out, because I didn't see it either.
It had to be who lost the previous hand, because Doc has gotten rid of his knit button. I wonder if it was Scott.
Could have been.
How do we miss it?
He's lost one already tonight, so I'm hoping for his sake it's not him.
Oh.
John got rid of his with his kings. Spooky got rid of his when he shipped. So yeah, this must be the second hand of a $400 splash pot, but it is creating a little bit of action here as John's going to raise it up to 425 over a couple of limpers.
That's so close.
Doc Hollywood stuck with his not very favorite hand, but he'll make the call. 10-4's in there.
425.
Good, buddy. JD suited queen 5. Let's go. All right. Some fun holdings here as we've cooked this pot all the way up to 1775 already. We get a deuce 4 on the flop. Doc Hollywood lands a 4. John H. comes out swinging with a jack and the hijack poker mystery card. Doc's going to raise it up. Hit something, say something. There's some money out there. He's bumping it up. All right, the mystery card is in the muck. Well done from Doc.
Don't show him shit.
About 3,800 in that pot.
Oh!
Doc shows a 3 of
3-5?
spades, which
Ace 3, 3-5.
It was a Danny Chin
Jack 3
that lost that knit button game, by the way.
Danny, okay, I couldn't decide between 5-seat and 6-seat.
Had to do a little rewinding, but it was Danny Chin that lost that knit game.
My God.
God,
The last one of the night.
Danny smooth like a gang streak. Drops the nip button game and just snuck it in there. We didn't even recognize. Well done. It's hard to give him a hard time if we don't pay attention.
So I feel like Danny should just keep handing.
The guys always take it easy on the nip button loser too. I'd like to see some heckle treatment.
All right, dog, you got me. You got me.
All right, last time the graphic said 10-4 in the 9-seat, and he showed a 3. So, not sure I totally trust that 9-seat card reader right now. It's rocking right along, but not the best batting average. This time it's showing 10 deuce, which is not much on this particular board. Zfish landing an ace and now turning a gut shot. It appears as though Doc has a gut shot of his own. Needs a 3 ball. K-Cup with the river. 5 of hearts pairing the board.
It does go running 5s.
Running. Top pair here for Zfish. Medium kicker. If JD wasn't on his phone, he could pick on Zfish here. Possibly could have got a bet there on that river, but elects to check.
Just a cool 28K profit for Zfish through 4.5 hours tonight.
Yeah.
No big deal.
Pretty tough to pick on that. 28K.
About a teacher's salary in Southwest Oklahoma, isn't it? Or Northwest Oklahoma, over there in the Panhandle.
Yeah, not too far from that, I think.
Right around 28K.
The year that I left poker life and went and was a teacher in Oklahoma for a year, it was somewhere around that. Felt like less.
I can only imagine.
What's the size of the collage?
I mean, we just keep rolling until people like. We started the first day. We started at.
All right, Spook's on the button with King Queen. He'll bump it up. 150 to go. Zach is in the one of the blind positions with suited ace-8.
Only play 5, you mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's
So
weird.
yeah, he's the third blind there, the first straddle, whatever you want to call it.
I would think it would be like 10, 25, 50.
JD had the 50 on it. His hand is squadoo. She's in the muck.
I accidentally put 10. Yeah.
King 10-3, top pair here for Spook.
And not to be playful.
I think they've learned that the 5 somehow keeps us more in line.
That probably might be.
I don't know if that's how intentionally, but like,
955 in the pot.
bit more tame.
Rocking about 2,800 behind
Straddle potential to the.
Every once in a while, there's like the.
in his stack.
Just the 5 10 quarters. And then we've got like 5 10 quarters, 50 100. And then we got like back down. It's like.
Goes with 625. He'll take it down. Not much working for anyone else. King, queen, safe. So how's that hotel treating you over there, buddy?
I tell you what, still over here on the far east wing of the hotel.
Hiding out in the corner, trying not to bug anyone?
Hiding out. Yep, the lobby was a little too loud and rambunctious, so I couldn't do this from the lobby. The fourth floor room was a little too crappy on the internet, so I went down to the second floor. They gave me a different room. It worked for about 5 minutes, and then I said, to hell with this. I'm going downstairs. Tried the lobby, too loud, and I said, you know what? We've got some little booth chairs set up way over there on the east side of the hotel. You could be all by yourself.
There you go.
Has a little pull-out tray that I could set the computer on. So I'm just kind of over here all by my lonesome.
Perfect. Crushing it.
Having a good time, though, watching these boys splash around from TCH Live in Dallas, Texas. 102 hands. And a big one here for Mr. Zach.
Another Ace-King sighting. Ace-King's been out quite a bit tonight.
He
Let's
said,
bump it up.
YOLO. That's a little bit bigger than the YOLO that you and I bet in our 1-2 game.
I should bet for about 1,100, but I don't. He will 3-bet, 1,100 to go here.
Yo, 11.
Doc Hollywood, he's got 2 letters. He will definitely see a flop with that. Queen Jack lands. Jack 10-4. Top pair for Doc. 2 overs and a gutty for Zach.
Me too now.
Zach bets 1,200 into that pot of 2,300. Doc just a call here. 7 of spades. No help for Zach. We go check, check. 10 of clubs pairing the board here on the river. Doc got a pretty strong hand here with that queen jack. We go check, check again. Doc shows it off.
All right, sir. Dang. How much is?
Ace king whiffs out for Zach. Always fun.
My run today is horrible.
Well, it's about that time. I hear racks are clacking, and they are mentioning that they might play one last hand. Let's do it. One more hand. Button will be in the 9 seat. They got the 50 on it from 5 seat, Mr. Danny. We got to get Eric to bed here shortly.
Amen to that.
Can't be bugging the kids out there in the hotel lobby.
All kind of work training tomorrow, and then a big expo Thursday and a casino night down here. But we're going to have a good time down here in H-Town and then come back home to Big D this weekend. Poker Atlas Tour does start tomorrow right here in Houston, Texas.
Poker Atlas.
Texas Card House off Westheimer. Check out the calendar and the schedule. About 15 or 16 events that goes through the next 2 weeks, I believe. I think it goes through the 26th.
Could see some diamond on diamond crime here.
Yes, we
and
will.
And indeed we do. Jack 4, 5, 2 diamonds. Spooky's got the queen high diamonds. Doc Hollywood with the ace high diamonds.
There you go. No pair. It did show Spooky had a pair. It's actually diamond draw, diamond draw. John with the king of diamonds. He's probably going to look back at this one and say, thank goodness I didn't have another one.
4 of spades pairing the board. No help for our diamond draws. Spook running a little low over there at 2,100. Knowing he's facing an opponent that is very difficult to bluff.
Minnesota's dangerous. But yeah, the East is.
Spook's going to check it, and that opens the door for Doc. He's bringing it. Looks like a bet of 21-20 here from the button flush draw. Scott with the grade A outfit again tonight. South Park on the lid. Antonio Brown on the jersey. Well done.
You got twice, Doc?
All right, Spooky's going to rip it. He's in there with his queen high flush draw, and it's going to need some help. He actually needs to land a pair here.
Yeah, he's going to have to land.
I got stuck. I got him stuck. Oh, fuck.
Now he gets the bad news.
And you hear the
Give me a 10.
Oh, my God.
10 ball on the river.
That's half of it. Give me a
They did agree to run it twice here. 3 of diamonds on the river. That'll give Doc Hollywood the nut flush. The 10 will bail Spook out for half this pot.
Goodness
I believe
gracious.
that'll be our last hand of the evening. And don't forget,
running horrible. I got
make sure you click like,
I don't think it'll
whatever
work.
stream, whatever platform you're watching TCH Live on tonight, we need you. Make
Yeah,
sure you
smash
click
that
those.
like button for us.
Smash it. Click like, click subscribe. You don't want to miss anything Texas Card House is sending you right here on TCH Live.
Well, and let's see if Mr. Zach can win yet another final bomb pot.
Heavyweight bomb pot champion of the world is trying to continue his streak of bomb pots.
Indeed, he owns the belt in about 6 or 7 different weight classes, I believe.
He is
bomb
in the
pot
one seat.
specialist. He seems to win every final one at the end of the night. They always do a bigger one, a $500 one. Spooky's going to sit this out, so it's going to be 7 ways.
There you go. Scott and John are down just the right amount that if they could bink this flip, it'll help out their night quite a bit. So I'll be rooting for Scott here.
Thanks again for joining us tonight, Doug Gar. I see you doing a little gambling on the way out.
Yeah, thank you to everyone in the chat.
Enjoy Louisiana. Come see us every now and then. Say hello. Take some of our chips.
Yeah, what's up, Doug?
Happy stacking out there in Baton Rouge, home of the Tigers. And a lot of really good food and good-looking women.
I think you're beating me. I don't know what I have.
I agree with every bit of that.
Oh, okay. Him have time. Okay.
I have 2 suits. Is that good?
I don't know yet. I'm gonna look after.
I see a couple 6s.
All right, King, Queen, 8.
No. I need a 9.
I see an 8 over there. 5, 6, 6, 8. A 6 ball. So
I
now
see a set of 6s for Scott.
Scott's going to have a set, but there's hearts out there. Deuce of hearts.
Who's got the hearts?
I'm not
How about
seeing
the
any
ace
hearts.
3?
Zfish has got hearts.
Zfish.
Doug R. down to just 3 weeks with us.
All right. Well, that's 3 weeks to take some Texas money back across that borderline.
And the big winner of the night, going to bust him up here on the flip as well. And that'll put Zfish over 30,000 in profit tonight.
Yes,
well
it will.
done.
Zfish, you absolute monster. 31,000 in profit tonight. Danny Chin, no slouch though, taking home 14K in profit. JD almost 8K, and Zach right under 3K. But thanks again, everybody, for tuning in and joining us, bearing with us while I tried to get signed in. Missed about 20 hands tonight as I was trying to find a spot in this hotel with good internet connection, and here I am down here in the East Wing all by myself, hanging out. But thanks for joining us, y'all. Remember, at the end of the month, too, in Dallas, we are having the even bigger one again, so y'all definitely come out and fire some bullets at that. Help us crush another monster guarantee. RJ, I'm out of here. The fort is yours, my friend.
All right, thanks for having me, Eric. Hey.
All right.
Thanks for joining us here on Tuesday nights. It's a big game from Dallas. We'll see you next week, and we'll have a final table as well on Saturday night. I'm RJ Dupree from Texas Card House Dallas. He's Eric Van Loosen. We out.
An 8. Oh, 8-5. I need an 8 or a 5.